Chapter 815, Longevity Immortal Bloodline. Dust of Fire. Pei Qingshuang, who had just sat down and opened a bottle of wine, spilled the wine after hearing Chen Mobai's 3 words. You actually mastered this, no wonder. Combining this with the conversation between Chen Mobai and Ying Guanghua after Chen Mobai defeated Nangong Xuanyu, Pei Qingshuang suddenly realized why he dared to take this step without the nascent soul elixir. Oh, so it seems you also know about the Tushita fire. Chen Mobai was quite surprised to see the change in Pei Qingshuang's expression, since even Nangong Xuanyu was unaware of it. The reason I chose the Azure Sky Sword manual and the Azure Frost Sword was for the sake of the Duluo fire. Pei Qingshuang's gaze towards Chen Mobai at this moment was incredibly intense, making even a nascent soul cultivator like him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why, could it be that this Tushita fire is effective for your bloodline? As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the wine that Pei Qingshuang had poured and handed over. After smelling it, he felt that it was somewhat similar to the peach wine brewed by Zhuo Ming, with a faint peach fragrance. Indeed, the Duluo fire is the power of life. If my longevity immortal bloodline could be refined by the Duluo fire, it might be able to return to its original state and attain the innate realm. Pei Qingshuang hesitated for a moment, but still said these things. May I ask what the longevity immortal bloodline is? Chen Mobai had long been curious about this term. After learning about it from the 3 Absolutes Master, he searched for it online and in the archives of the Heaven Mending Group, but to no avail. For the immortal sects that value open knowledge, this is a very rare thing. This means that the bloodline of the longevity immortal is something that the upper echelons don't want the public to know, or perhaps it's just too precious. Chen Mobai had also asked Qingnu, but she was a marginal figure when she was at Jumeng Academy and knew nothing about it. In the end, it was the meticulous Zhuang Jialan who kept this matter in mind. On one occasion when she went back to the Wuki Dao Academy on behalf of Chen Mobai, she talked with a teacher from the ancient literature department she had taken before and asked about the traces of the words Shaoxian. Those were notes left by Ancestor Yunya of the Wuki Dao Academy. They mentioned that if Ancestor Changchun could cultivate the 2 spiritual plants, the Great Chun and the Pan Tao, to the 6th level, he could easily succeed in the void refining stage and reach the realm of longevity immortal with the help of the Changchun technique. Chen Mobai had also seen a photocopy of this notebook, but because it involved the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, the information was too ancient, and there was also content on the practice of void refinement that was difficult to verify, so he did not study it much. After all, among the immortal sects, only the nascent soul ancestor is qualified to attempt the void refinement stage. Knowing this, Chen Mobai, though curious, did not investigate the longevity immortal's bloodline. It's obvious that this information was taken by the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. He has only just formed his nascent soul, so it's really too early for him to explore these things. However, since he had just happened to be talking about this with Pei Qingshuang, he decided to take the liberty of asking. This is the biggest secret of Jumeng Academy. You just need to know it, but don't tell anyone else. Pei Qingshuang hesitated for a moment, but considering Chen Mobai's current status and achievements, as well as the allure of the Daoshui fire in his possession, she decided to tell him. I will never tell a second person about this. Chen Mobai immediately made a promise. By this time, his curiosity about the longevity immortal bloodline had grown stronger and stronger. You should know that the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect all came to Earth origin star from the depths of the universe, right? Pei Qingshuang spoke, and Chen Mobai nodded. For someone of his status, the origins of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect are naturally a mystery. The 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came to this world to transmit immortal techniques, establish the immortal sect, and bring peace. It is said that they did this to perform a meritorious deed, and after the deed was completed, they would be able to return home. Unfortunately, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect remained on this earthly star until their deaths, never leaving. The exact reasons behind this are known only to the successive generations of nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect. The 5 ancestors of the immortal sect represent the 5 most powerful lineages of a certain Taoist temple deep in the universe. They are supreme lineages that can directly lead to the true immortal Tao. Among them, the lineage of Jumeng is the lineage of the longevity immortal. Throughout the lineage of Jumeng, 3 people have reached the realm of immortality: the Great Chen, the Pan Tao, and the Huangzhang Li, representing the 3 spiritual plants of wood, water, and earth respectively. After the 3 immortals attained enlightenment, they went to their original Taoist temples one after another in an attempt to become true immortals. The everlasting spring technique was created by the Jumeng lineage by integrating the essence of the 3 immortals, and it is a great method suitable for human cultivation. Ancestor Changchun was the most outstanding disciple of the Jumeng lineage. When he and the other 4 ancestors came to Diyuan Star, they not only brought their own natal spiritual plant, the Great Chun, but also a peach pit, which was my mother. It's a pity that the ancestor of Changchun passed away before my mother could grow up. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. These were indeed secrets. It is likely that only those who have reached the nascent soul stage throughout history would know this. Among those who have reached the nascent soul stage, the only one who would know this is probably the spiritual plant planted by Master Peach Blossom since the time of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. I wonder what's so special about this longevity immortal realm. How does it compare to the void refining realm in the legends of the immortal sects? However, Chen Mobai immediately had a new question. Taking advantage of Pei Qingshuang's confiding in him today, he couldn't help but ask again. The longevity immortal is an achievement. Once mastered, one can live forever, with endless lifespan and attain eternal life. As soon as Pei Qingshuang finished speaking, Chen Mobai was already shocked and stood up abruptly. It should be noted that even the ascended cultivators of the heavenly river realm have a fixed lifespan. Apart from legendary creators like the Water Mother, Ghost Mother, Heavenly Venerable, the only way for other beings to extend their lifespan is to leave the heavenly river realm and go to the spirit void immortal realm. And within the immortal sects, there is actually a method that can grant eternal life. When the everlasting spring technique is cultivated to the level of nascent soul, which is the stage of void refinement, one can step into the realm of longevity immortal. Although stepping into it does not mean achievement, one can live for 32,000 years. Back then, Ancestor Changchun was only one step away from reaching the void refinement stage. If my mother could grow up and condense a peach of immortality for him to consume, he could step into the realm of longevity immortal. It's a pity that the resources of Earthstar are too scarce. Although Ancestor Changchun used the myriad transformations Thunder Water to help Mother take root, sprout, and grow strong, she did not live to see the day when she would mature and bear fruit. Pei Qingshuang recounted everything about the longevity immortal bloodline in one breath, leaving Chen Mobai utterly astonished. If a practitioner of the everlasting spring technique were to refine and consume the fruits of the 3 great longevity immortal spiritual plants, what level of cultivation could they achieve? Chen Mobai's thoughts quickly wandered, and he asked another question. It is said that the everlasting spring technique is the exploration of the true immortal realm by the 3 great immortals of longevity. If one can integrate their Tao fruits, one should be able to truly become an immortal. Pei Qingshuang shared her Mother Peach Blossom Master's speculation. Unfortunately, when Master Peach Blossom became conscious, he was already on Earth Origin Star, and he did not know whether anyone in the Jumeng lineage's dojo had achieved such a legendary realm. After listening to this, Chen Mobai decided that he must make Qing Nu persevere in cultivating the art of enhancing spiritual roots. Such a powerful Changchun Gong deserves a Taoist partner. As the daughter of Peach Blossom Master, Pei Qingshuang naturally possessed the bloodline of the immortal of immortality Peach. However, in order to adapt to and grow in the barren environment of Earth Star, both she and Peach Blossom Master had their bloodlines deteriorated considerably. However, Master Peach Blossom was initially cared for and protected by Ancestor Changchun, and later he was also diligently nurtured with myriad transformations thunder-water by successive principals of Jumeng Academy. After his nascent soul took human form, his bloodline had already returned to its pure state. On the contrary, Pei Qingshuang still needs this purification process. That's why she took a liking to the Azure Frost Sword. By the way, how's my sword? I was so engrossed in our conversation that I completely forgot about it. At this moment, Pei Qingshuang finally realized what was happening and couldn't help but ask. Chen Mobai smiled awkwardly, then took the Azure Frost Sword, which had fallen into a deep sleep due to absorbing too much heavenly tribulation frost power, out of his own domain. What's wrong with Zioking? Why can't I communicate with her anymore? Pei Qingshuang reached out and touched it, only to find that she felt as if she were touching a cold piece of iron. Even though the Qingshuang sword was not connected to her spirit, she could at least sense some fluctuations in the energy inside the sword. But now there is no reaction at all. Haven't I successfully formed my nascent soul? With the purple lightning sword and my sword heart in perfect harmony, it has also broken through the shackles that have bound it for so long, greatly increasing its spirituality and upgrading to the 5th rank. The Azure Frost Sword and the Purple Lightning Sword share the same origin and are also connected to my sword heart. With the tempering of the Duoluo fire, the triple effect has brought about a huge leap in their power. However, the Azure Frost Sword was only kept in my possession for a relatively short time, so it couldn't break through its bottleneck by taking advantage of my nascent soul's completion. But it still gained tremendous benefits, so it's currently in a deep slumber. When it awakens, even if it doesn't upgrade to the 5th rank, it will at least be the #1 flying sword below the 5th rank in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai's words surprised and delighted Pei Qingshuang, but she quickly couldn't help but show a look of shame. The Azure Frost Sword had been in her hands for over 100 years, yet it showed no signs of spiritual growth or fluctuation. In contrast, in Chen Mobai's hands, it had already made a tremendous breakthrough in just over a decade. At this moment, Pei Qingshuang felt deeply that she had delayed the development of the Qingshuang sword. Although she initially chose this sword for the sake of the Duoluo fire, over the years, Pei Qingshuang felt that she had developed a familial bond with it. So, seeing it improve more and more in Chen Mobai's hands, she felt both ashamed and very happy. I implore Venerable Chen Yang to do your utmost to help Qing Shuang's sword and get it through this crisis as soon as possible. After carefully wiping the dormant Qing Shuang's sword, Pei Qing Shuang reluctantly handed it to Chen Mobai. Within the immortal sects, due to the scarcity of resources such as spiritual energy, many magical artifacts may fail even when their spirituality is greatly enhanced. Pei Qingshuang felt that she was not as helpful to the sword as Chen Mobai, so after learning the truth, she turned around and asked Chen Mobai for help. There's no need for such formalities between us. As long as the Azure Frost Sword is in my hands, I will cherish it as carefully as the Purple Lightning Sword. Chen Mobai's unwavering sense of duty moved Pei Qingshuang even more. In the immortal sects, many cultivators are unwilling to forge even their own natal magic weapons in order to avoid depleting their spiritual power. Pei Qingshuang was well aware that even for a nascent soul cultivator like Chen Mobai, nurturing a peak 4th-tier sword like the Azure Frost Sword would require a considerable amount of his essence. She felt incredibly lucky to have met such a loyal and righteous friend as Chen Mobai. Oh, right, in the Tushita fire. At this point, Pei Qingshuang felt a little embarrassed, but since the Duoluo fire was related to her longevity immortal bloodline, and she knew that Chen Mobai had it, she still had to speak up. I was able to receive this immortal fire from heaven and earth when I was able to hear the Tao of the immortal spirit root. It was also thanks to the fact that I had previously used the purple lightning and green frost to condense the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi. So I originally planned to lend you this Duoluo fire when you formed your nascent soul. I also consulted Ancestor Kaingsing about this matter and received his consent. Pei Qingshuang was even more moved by Chen Mobai's words. The two only collaborated once when they were at the Jumeng Dao Academy to condense the 9 heavens pure purple chi. Chen Mobai's immortal spiritual root obtained the Duoluo fire upon hearing the Tao, which must be due to his extraordinary talent. He must have exaggerated my role to avoid making the star-piercing ancestor object, and to prevent me from bearing too much responsibility. Pei Qingshuang felt that Chen Mobai was too gentle, and she was increasingly moved. If Chen Mobai hadn't already been chosen as a Taoist partner by that person, Pei Qingshuang would have really listened to her mother and taken the initiative to pursue him. This is a wisp of Tushita flame. Try to refine and use it first. At this moment, Chen Mobai took the Qing Shuang sword and placed it into his own domain, then drew out a wisp of purple-blue flame and handed it to Pei Qing Shuang. Pei Qingshuang immediately and solemnly unleashed her azure sky spiritual power, offering her hands to the Duluo fire. However, her cultivation level was clearly insufficient. The moment she made contact, the delicate skin on her palm was burned and torn open by that wisp of Daoshui fire. Why don't you take it back and try it out slowly? Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately withdrew the wisp of Daoshui fire. The Daoshui fire spun like a snake on his right index finger, but did not harm his skin in the slightest. This mastery of dancing with the fire of the Tushita heaven made Pei Qingshuang envious, and she admired him even more. Compared to him, he felt unworthy of being a descendant of the immortal. Won't this affect the integrity of your Duluo flame? A pure white, fragrant light appeared in Pei Qingshuang's palm, and the skin that had been burned by the Duluo fire quickly began to heal. Then, she asked a question very politely. Among the immortal sects besides me, only you are qualified to refine and use this Daoshui fire. Wuqi and Jumeng are of the same lineage. I hope that after Wenren Zuwei, you can also successfully form your nascent soul, so that the three of us can accompany each other on the great road in the future. Chen Mobai said with a smile that after he formed his nascent soul, he no longer needed the purple and green twin swords to use the drinking ritual to refine the nine heavens' pure spirit purple qi into the Duluo fire. If he gives Pei Qingshuang this strand, he can make up for it in half a day. End of this chapter. Chapter 816 Small Peach Fruit, 4th Order Jade Scepter, bonus chapter for 1,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 816 Small Peach Fruit, 4th Order Jade Scepter, bonus chapter for 1,000 monthly tickets. Pei Qingshuang originally wanted to treat Chen Mobai to a meal today to express her gratitude, and also to take a look at the Qingshuang sword, thinking that since Chen Mobai had already reached the nascent soul stage, shouldn't she return it to her? Before he could even speak, he was stunned by Chen Mobai's opening display of the Daoshui fire. Then Chen Mobai used a combination of tactics on her, making her feel like she had received a huge benefit and felt guilty. I don't think this will work. So when the two parted, Pei Qingshuang revealed another top-secret message. Master, if my mother were to reach the nascent soul stage, she would be able to condense a small peach. Chen Mobai, who was just about to use his void walk technique to leave, was somewhat confused when he heard this. What does this little peach have to do with him? What are the effects after taking it? How does it compare to the large ailanthus fruit? But asking in this way would make him seem somewhat opportunistic, so Chen Mobai looked puzzled and said he didn't understand Pei Qingshuang's meaning, asking her to continue. After consuming the small peach, cultivators can maintain good health, be free from disease, and even achieve immortality like the youth-preserving pearl. However, these things are certainly not important to the Venerable One. Pei Qingshuang immediately understood his expression and began to explain. What else? Chen Mobai knew that if the small peach fruit only had this effect, Pei Qingshuang would definitely not have mentioned it. If a nascent soul cultivator takes it, it can increase their cultivation by 150 years and their lifespan by 150 years. After Pei Qingshuang finished speaking, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. A lifespan of 150 years is not important to him, because after he formed his nascent soul, his lifespan had already exceeded 1,000 years, while he was only 90 years old. He felt that the rate at which his lifespan was passing should not be able to keep up with the rate at which he was breaking through. But those 150 years of cultivation are different. Chen Mobai used his inner vision to estimate his progress in cultivating the nascent soul chapter of the Pure Yang Scroll, With the supply of a fifth-grade low-level spiritual vein, it would take 342 years to reach the nascent soul stage. 150 years of cultivation would allow him to shorten the time by nearly half. I feel that the small flat peaches are even better than the large tune fruits. Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. The large ailanthus fruit can only increase lifespan, which is not cost-effective for him. The fruit condensed by the Great Chen divine tree is only of the 5th rank. If it were to condense a 6th-rank fruit, it would be necessary to drain the spiritual veins of half of the Earth origin star. The immortal sects would definitely not allow such a thing. But at this moment, Pei Qingshuang revealed the secret. I see. After hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was going on. He was still wondering how a fruit condensed from a 6th-order Great Chen could have such a life-extending effect, similar to the 5th-order longevity eyebrow of the moral sect in the Heavenly River realm. It turned out it was only 5th order. However, this also shows how scarce the resources are for the immortal sects. A dignified 6th-order spiritual plant, yet it can't even condense a single fruit, and can only suppress itself to condense a 5th-order one. If it's a 6th-tier Great Chen fruit, I wonder how much it could extend one's lifespan. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Mobai asked. 8,000 years. Pei Qingshuang hesitated for a moment, then said a number that made Chen Mobai gasp. Why are there so many? The 6th-order Great Chen fruit is used by practitioners of the Changchun Gong to refine their emptiness. If it didn't have this effect, why would the Changchun ancestor have gone to the trouble of planting it in the embryo furnace and nurturing its growth? Pei Qingshuang has revealed all the secrets of Jumeng Dao Academy to Chen Mobai today, even mentioning the fetal transformation furnace. It was after Yan Xinji learned of this that he set his sights on the transformation of fetal essence. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai, out of caution, decided not to ask Pei Qingshuang about the matter of fetal transformation into essence. I wonder what Master Peach Blossom's current cultivation level is. When will he be able to reach the nascent soul stage? Chen Mobai was a complete cultivator of realms. After learning about the little peach fruit, he felt that this spiritual fruit was very suitable for him. If he had it, he would be able to try to break through to the nascent soul stage in the shortest possible time. In that case, if they encountered a world similar to Pluto when starting a war, he would be able to work together with the 2 saints of the immortal sect to turn the tide. My mother had already reached the peak of her vitality a long time ago, but she lost her essence to give birth to me. Whether she can overcome this or not is not up to her to decide. Pei Qingshuang didn't explain herself very clearly, but Chen Mobai already understood what she meant. If Master Peach Blossom wants to attempt to advance to the next level, he will inevitably need a large amount of spiritual energy. However, the amount of spiritual energy that the immortal sects can supply to the mortal nascent soul stage is limited. Peach Blossom Immortal's origins are also those of the immortal of immortality and longevity. Once he successfully ascends to the next level, his lifespan will far exceed that of a human nascent soul cultivator, and he will almost permanently occupy the spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator. If Chen Mobai were one of the 2 saints of the immortal sects, even if he wouldn't openly oppose it, he certainly wouldn't support it. In Chen Mobai's view, if Peach Blossom Immortal were to advance in rank, it might require a major crisis in the immortal sects, or the resolution of resource issues through war. If he can help, then who else but him will be able to create that small peach that Master Peach Blossom conjures? However, it would be better to discuss this matter with Master Peach Blossom in person. After all, this is a very important matter, and we can't let our efforts go to waste. I will try to bring this up next time I meet with Ancestor Bai Guang and Ancestor Kaiyan Xing. Chen Mobai said this to Pei Qingshuang, who looked very grateful. After the meeting, Chen Mobai used his spatial walking ability to return to his courtyard. Unexpectedly, Shi Wanyu was still waiting in the hall, not having rested yet. Upon asking, she learned that her daughter had not returned either, which made her somewhat worried. Chen Mobai immediately called Zhuang Jialan, who said she had just picked up Chen Ziohe after the department dinner and was preparing to return. When he made the call, he didn't try to hide it from Shi Wanyu, who was relieved after hearing it. Our daughter is all grown up now, so let's not worry about her as much. After saying this to Shi Wanyu, Chen Mobai walked with her towards the bedroom. The two of them did not wait for their daughter and went to rest first. The next evening, the family of three was having dinner when Chen Mobai brought up the story of how Yu Huiping missed Chen Ziohe when they were at Wangxian Peak. Upon hearing this, Yu Huiping immediately felt guilty, realizing how unfilial she had been, having returned to Wangwu Cave Heaven several days ago without visiting her mother-in-law. Your place has been kept clean by Master Yu. Once you've settled down at work, go and visit her. After all, Master Yu must be quite lonely living alone on Wangxian Peak. Chen Mobai spoke earnestly to Chen Ziohe, who nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would pack his bags this weekend and go to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to stay for a while. Yes, I'm glad you have such filial piety. Remember to bring some fruit or something when you go up the mountain. Chen Mobai spoke up to remind her, and Shi Wanyu, who was standing next to her, was also worried that her carefree daughter would not know how to be polite, so she asked if she could go up with her. That works out. I'm busy with a promotion right now, so I might be working overtime in the Hall of Righteousness for a long time. Chen Mobai immediately agreed. Oh right, Dad, I received a package today. It was sent by the Weapon Forging Department of the Dao Academy. After dinner, Chen Ziohe happily took out a flat, rectangular jade tablet that resembled a slanted blade. The jade scepter has a smooth surface, but inside there are faint cloud patterns shimmering. If you look closely, they are constantly changing, as if there is a fiery cloud inside. Chen Mobai took it and examined it with the Kantanki, and couldn't help but marvel. Excellent craftsmanship. Using only a piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade, they have forged this fourth-tier magic weapon. The Dao Academy's weapon forging department truly lives up to its reputation as the best among the immortal sects. When Chen Mobai learned that Chen Ziohe was carrying the fifth-order Ling Xiao jade pendant from Taiyuan Academy, which would need to be returned in the future, he was very worried that his daughter's hard-won recovery of the 9 yin meridians would be affected if she lost it. So he gave her the 10,000-year warm jade. Thanks to him and Yu Huiping, this has been the research topic for the Weapon Refining Department of Wuqi Dao Academy for the past few years. How to refine this ancient, warm jade into a magical artifact suitable for Chen Ziohe. Ultimately, considering that she already possessed the defensive magic artifact Tei Liu, they crafted this jade scepter for her. The jade tablet is a mid-grade fourth-order artifact, and after being refined, it already shows signs of spiritual energy condensation, which demonstrates the level of artifact refining at the Dance Weapon Academy. If the same materials were taken to the Heavenly River realm, Sheng Jiaxi, who is known as the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern Wilderness, would probably only be able to refine a third-tier magic weapon at most, and he might even be complacent and think he is very powerful. Treasure it well and never let down the efforts of the Academy. After appraising the jade tablet, Chen Mobai handed it to Chen Ziohe, then remembered that she seemed to have too many magical artifacts, which were quite cumbersome for someone at her current foundation establishment level. You have the Ling Xiao jade pendant for defense and the jade zhang for offense. The Tei 5 smoke garland would be a burden for you. Why don't you leave it with me for safekeeping? Chen Mobai felt a little out of sorts without the Tei 5 smoke silk for transportation, so he asked his daughter to borrow the magic artifact. But the Ling Xiao jade pendant is ignoring me again. After hearing this, Chen Ziohe was somewhat reluctant. She had been using the Tei 5 smoke luo since her time at the Taoist Academy. Ever since it was consecrated by Chen Mobai, she had been using it with great ease, making it her favorite and most proficient magical artifact. It's simple. Give me the jade pendant and I'll help you communicate with it. Chen Mobai calmly reached out to Chen Ziohe. Every magical artifact from the immortal sect was given him face. The purple lightning and azure frost were like this, as were the Tei 5 smoke garland, and he believed that the Ling Xiao jade pendant, though only a fifth-order item, was also like this. Dad here. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziohe seemed to have been waiting for these words. He immediately grabbed a red string from his snow-white neck, pulled out the jade pendant, and handed it to Chen Mobai with an expectant look on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 817, Father's Love is Like a Mountain, 2,000 monthly votes for additional updates. Chapter 817, Father's Love is Like a Mountain, 2,000 monthly votes for additional updates. Chen Ziohe will always remember that when they were at the Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai helped him communicate with Tei Yuanliu, and then this magical artifact, which had always ignored her, suddenly changed its attitude completely. Finally, Chen Ziohe also used the contract between Chen Mobai and the magical artifact to win a series of victories in the competition between the Dao Academy and the Academy, becoming the chief of the Dance Artifact Dao Academy after Chen Mobai, who suppressed all the geniuses of the immortal sects. From that moment on, Chen Ziohe knew that Chen Mobai's mastery of weapon crafting was a direct inheritance from the Wuki Dao Academy, and that a single move from him could benefit her for life. If we can get the Ling Xiao jade pendant to open its heart and truly understand our intentions, then wouldn't we be able to keep it in the future? Chen Ziohe held this expectation in his heart. When Chen Mobai received the Ling Xiao jade pendant, he was still a little uneasy. After all, this is a fifth-tier magic weapon from the immortal sect. Its previous owner was a nascent soul true monarch who must have seen the world. He began to worry, would it not like the spirit stone? But since I've already said it in front of my daughter, I certainly can't lose face. With this in mind, Chen Mobai used the Cantong Qi to begin communicating with the spiritual essence of the Ling Xiao jade pendant. This fifth-tier magic artifact of Taiyuan Zhenjun is in a state of slumber at this point in time. Its programmed state is to awaken once every 10 years, absorb the spiritual energy of top-grade spirit stones, and then fall into slumber again to maintain its minimum energy consumption. However, under Chen Mobai's influence, the spirituality of this Ling Xiao jade pendant was awakened. Who is so rude? After the spirit of the Ling Xiao jade pendant awakened, it immediately conveyed a very angry emotion. Chen Mobai understood this perfectly, since he occasionally had a bad temper when he woke up. Senior Ling Xiao, I am Ziohe's father. She was able to overcome the tribulation of the 9 yin meridians thanks to your help over the years. Knowing this, I felt I had to express my gratitude to you on her behalf. Chen Mobai immediately explained his identity, stance, and reasons for doing so. HMPH, even so, you're still incredibly rude. The Ling Xiao jade pendant still conveyed an unhappy emotion, and then its spiritual light began to dim, as if it was about to fall asleep again. Senior, I heard from my daughter that you only awaken and receive a top-grade spirit stone every 10 years. I now hold a certain position in the immortal sect, and I happen to have a high-quality top-grade spirit stone in my possession. I originally intended to use it for my own research and cultivation, but after learning of your great kindness to my daughter, I feel it would be better to leave it to you. This is just a small token of my sincerity, and I hope you won't find it offensive. Chen Mobai immediately conveyed the conditions he had come up with to the Ling Xiao jade pendant. For fifth-tier magic artifacts, the immortal sects usually use top-grade spirit stones for nurturing them, so they probably wouldn't bother with high-grade ones. Therefore, Chen Mobai made a rough estimate and then directly mentioned this. You're not entirely rude, are you? Upon hearing this, the Ling Xiao jade pendant immediately transmitted a message and then shimmered with a layer of lustrous spiritual light, expressing its appreciation for the gift. Chen Ziohe and Shi Wanyu, who were standing next to him, were stunned by what they saw. They felt that Chen Mobai truly deserved to be the most talented chief graduate in the history of the Dance Weapon Academy. Even a fifth-tier magic weapon produced such a strong reaction under his communication. I'll use my own inner energy to nourish this Ling Xiao jade pendant these next few days. It should be ready by the time you and your daughter come up the mountain this weekend. I'll give it to you then. Chen Mobai didn't want to take out the top-grade spirit stone in front of Shi Wanyu and her daughter, So after communicating with the Ling Xiao jade pendant, he came up with this excuse. Okay, Dad, you really have to communicate with it properly and make it recognize me. Chen Ziohe hadn't expected that his expectations would be met so easily, and after listening, he nodded repeatedly like a woodpecker, expressing his true thoughts. Then Chen Ziohe reluctantly communicated with the spirit of Tei Wanliu. Just when she thought she would also be reluctant to part with this magical artifact, she discovered that after it fell into Chen Mobai's hands, it emitted an unprecedentedly brilliant five-colored glow. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Ziohe immediately felt that his emotions from just now were completely worthless. All these years, she's only been this cooperative because of her father. Am I really that unappealing to you? Chen Ziohe glared angrily at Tei Wanliu, which Chen Mobai had taken into his domain. I'm going to the quiet room. Chen Mobai said to Shi Wanyu beside him that she should rest alone tonight. Shi Wanyu nodded with a slight disappointment. In the quiet room, Chen Mobai took out the top-grade spirit stone that he had recharged after using it to form his nascent soul. Master, how much spiritual energy can I absorb? When Ling Xiao Jade Pendant saw the top-grade spirit stone placed in front of it, its address suddenly changed, and its words became more polite. Since this is a gift of gratitude, all the spiritual energy naturally belongs to you, Senior. After receiving this message, Ling Xiao Jade Pendant's attitude completely changed, and it even began to apologize. Master, I was somewhat rude before. Please forgive me. Not at all. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Senior. Chen Mobai admitted that he hadn't been polite enough, and then placed the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant on the top-grade spirit stone, which immediately began to absorb the energy without hesitation. Soon, strands of crystalline light like silk threads were extracted from the spirit stone and merged into the snow-white jade pendant. 3 days later, when Chen Ziohe got the Ling Xiao jade pendant back, he found that it shone with a jade-like luster that he had never seen before when it was in his hand. Dad, you must have used up a lot of your vital essence to nourish yourself. Seeing this, Chen Ziohe was even more moved. Within the entire immortal sect, using the power of a nascent soul to nourish a fifth-tier magic artifact is extremely uneconomical. This is precisely why, when Yu Huoping borrowed the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant from Master Kingping, while there was face saving from Ancestor Baiguang, this was also part of the reason. Every 10 years, one top-grade spirit stone is allocated. Although the immortal sects mainly bear the brunt of the cost, a portion of the spiritual energy is deducted from the finances of the Taiyuan Academy. If the finances of the 3 main halls become strained in any given year, and the allocated budget doesn't contain as much spiritual energy, then Master Kingping will have to use his own spiritual power to nurture it. Compared to your future, this sacrifice is nothing. Chen Mobai shook his head indifferently. Although the spiritual energy of a top-grade spirit stone was a very precious resource in the immortal sects, for him, who possessed the entire eastern wilderness, it was as simple as scooping a spoonful of water from a great river. It's really nothing. This venerable master is truly a good father. After listening to the entire conversation between the father and daughter, the awakened spirit of the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant developed a better impression of Chen Mobai. During these 3 days, in addition to absorbing spiritual energy, Chen Mobai also communicated with it about protecting Chen Ziohe. At first, Ling Xiao Jade Pendant was unwilling. As a fifth-order magic artifact, how could it serve as a bodyguard for a mere foundation establishment cultivator who was only at the nascent soul stage? Then Chen Mobai expressed his willingness to supply it with a top-grade spirit stone every 10 years. Moreover, this agreement is kept secret, and no one in the immortal sect will know that the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant has gained this extra piece of top-grade spirit stone. In that instant, the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant was moved. It had forgotten what it felt like to be full of spiritual energy for the last time. However, it still hesitated. I feel that being a bodyguard for a low-level foundation establishment cultivator is beneath me. Chen Mobai immediately took out another handful of high-grade spirit stones, about 10 or 20 pieces, without even counting them, and stuffed them directly into Ling Xiao jade pendant as an extra fee for his hard work. I implore Senior Ling Xiao to consider his fatherly love for his daughter and lend a hand. At that moment, the Ling Xiao jade pendant understood the true meaning of the phrase. The hearts of parents are full of love and concern for their children, and felt that its spirituality had increased significantly in that instant. In the end, it agreed to take care of Chen Ziohui. It wasn't for the spirit stones. It was simply moved by Chen Mobai's profound paternal love. You must take good care of your father in the future. He is a great man. This was the first time Chen Ziohui had received a message from the spirit of the Ling Xiao jade pendant. After listening to it, she admired Chen Mobai and couldn't help but nod proudly. After consecrating the Ling Xiao jade pendant and agreeing to keep it a secret, Chen Mobai personally escorted Shi Wanyu and her daughter to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. It's a pity that Zhongli Tianyu went into seclusion to form his core. Otherwise, Chen Mobai could have introduced this good friend to them, so that if there were any shortages of supplies on the mountain in the future, he could help deliver them. After handing the mother and daughter over to Yu Huiping, who came down the mountain to pick them up, Chen Mobai left Wufeng Immortal Mountain with a look of joy and solemnity on his face. He arranged his affairs in the three main halls and returned to his empty home that night, leaving behind his formless puppet. He prepared to return to the heavenly river realm to train the five elements Dao soldiers and destroy the Xuanxiao Dao palace. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to call Yan Bingxuan. I have already communicated with the other three lineages about the next batch of 5 elements golden elixir to be refined. It will be a water element golden elixir. When the time comes, have the Natural Academy report your name, and I will make all the arrangements. After saying those sweet words, Chen Mobai brought some good news. Although a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills was added this time, the 5 elements golden elixir was still collecting materials as usual. Given his current status, arranging for it to be a water element golden elixir would be a very easy thing. Because the Kunpeng lineage also favored the water element golden core, Yiyun immediately arranged for her own people to agree as soon as Chen Mobai spoke. Furthermore, with the Jumeng lineage also involved, even patching up the sky was a compromise they could only make. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? No trouble at all, no trouble at all. They talked until dawn before hanging up the phone. Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he was really too tired. But I cannot betray the kindness of this beauty. End of this chapter. Chapter 818, Training the 5 Elements Soldiers. Chapter 818, Training the 5 Elements Soldiers. But soon, Chen Mobai put aside these worries, clicked on the tortoise and went to the heavenly river realm, ready to fight. Baiyuan City. After Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, the first person to come to him was Zhou Shenking. Junior brother, it's just in time that you've come out of seclusion. I plan to take a few of my junior nephews to Dongyi tomorrow. When Zhou Shenking arrived, he brought Zhou Wangshan with him. Judging from the latter's aura, he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, which meant that Zhou Shenking was preparing to nurture him with great effort. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. The main purpose of this trip is to gather information. Remember not to expose yourself, so as not to attract the attention of the Dongyi. While Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking were talking, Zhou Wangshan, who was standing to the side, was also very excited. He already knew that the two people in front of him were both nascent soul ancestors. One was his own ancestor, and the other was the sect leader who appreciated him. He felt that no one in the entire 5 Elements sect had a stronger backer than him. At this moment, Zhou Wangshan knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, his future prospects within the sect would definitely be the brightest. His previous goal was to reach the core formation stage. Now Zhou Wangshan feels he can hope for more. For example, becoming the 3rd nascent soul cultivator in the 5 Elements sect. Nephew Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Wangshan suddenly heard Chen Mobai call his name, and immediately responded and went over. Disciple is here, paying respects to the sect leader. Chen Mobai looked at Zhou Wangshan with a smile, and then took out a jade slip that he had prepared beforehand. This contains my insights and understanding of the Tao of longevity. Take it and study it carefully. I hope you can achieve something in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wangshan suppressed his inner joy, but his hand still trembled slightly when he took the jade slip from Chen Mobai's hands. Thank you, sect leader. This disciple will certainly live up to your expectations. Over the years, Zhou Wangshan has led the former disciples of the 5 elements and 5 veins in the flying dragon pool to condense the essence of the 5 elements. Every year, Gu Yan would give him the dew of longevity. Today, he has reached the peak of the 2nd stage of body tempering. However, he tried to break through the bottleneck between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, but failed. Although he was summarizing his experiences, he still felt he had gained very little, and more importantly, he didn't know why he had failed. Now that he had obtained Chen Mobai's insights, Zhou Wangshan roughly skimmed through them with his divine sense, and found that the tens of thousands of words contained a clear and concise analysis of the 3 realms of the longevity Tao body. Even without any explanation, Zhou Wangshan easily understood all the content, and after comparing it with the text, he easily discovered where he had not cultivated properly, which led to his failure. They also gained a clear understanding of their future direction in spiritual practice. He truly deserves to be called the renowned wise and virtuous teacher of the Eastern wilderness. Zhou Wangshan couldn't help but feel even more admiration for Chen Mobai, lamenting why he was of the same generation as him, but couldn't become his disciple. The cultivation techniques, written experiences, and insights shared in the heavenly river realm emphasize profound meaning in concise words. Summarize a passage in just a few words. Even if a cultivator has high comprehension, without a master to guide them, they will still have misunderstandings or even go astray. Chen Mobai's upbringing made him intolerant of this. If he were to write or lecture, his teaching would be thorough and comprehensive, providing his students with a clear understanding. He didn't expect his students to find it fascinating, but at least he wanted them to understand it clearly. That is why everyone in the Eastern wilderness takes pride in receiving his guidance. Unfortunately, as Chen Mobai's cultivation level has increased, he has not been able to preach and teach in public for a long time. Zhou Shenking thanked them and then left with Zhou Wangshan. Afterwards, Chen Mobai called over Song Huangda and the others who were going to Dongyi with them. He treated everyone equally and spent half a day answering their questions about spiritual practice. This trip to Dongyi is not without its risks. Although the sect will make a lot of contributions, they were chosen by Chen Mobai after all. He hopes that Song Huangda and the others can take this opportunity to hone their skills, broaden their horizons, and improve their cultivation, laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs in cultivation. Song Huangda and his group were actually very grateful to this. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to join the ranks of a nascent soul cultivator. This represents the sect's approval. They are the direct descendants. The next day, Zhou Shenking bid farewell to Mo Duguang and the others, and quietly left with Zhou Wangshan and the others. Chen Mobai saw him off for a while, then returned to Baiyuan City to announce his departure from seclusion. Upon hearing this news, all the core formation cultivators of the 5 Elements sect came to pay their respects. Sect leader, the cultivators of the 5 elements and 5 meridians are already in the desolate ruins. Nujiang, the leader of the water vein, spoke first. Among the 5 elements sect, he had the most experience in leading troops. After all, he had been honed by fighting against demonic beasts at every moment in the Yunmeng's Fengyuwu area. In this exercise of the 5 elements Tao army, he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the cultivator army. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Nujiang. Chen Mobai nodded, then led everyone away from Baiyuan City to the desolate ruins. Spring comes and summer goes. Half a year has passed quickly. The 5 Elements sect's myriad cultivation grand formation has finally been fully tested and adjusted. Chen Mobai stood atop the colorful clouds, feeling the 5 Elements Taoist force continuously flowing into his body from below, and fused it with his primordial true qi. To unleash the full potential of the five elements Taoist army, 5 10,000 cultivator formations are required. Although there were only 10,000 cultivators this time, there were 5 core formation main formations, so their power was also very strong. The primordial true Qi can fuse and transform the power of the 5 elements Tao soldiers into any energy within the 5 elements attribute. Although Chen Mobai's pure Yang true Qi is of a higher level, after half a year of experimentation, he has been able to transform and enhance it using the power of the 5 elements Tao soldiers. In just a few breaths, his pure Yang scroll cultivation had already broken through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. But that's not all. The 5 elements Tao soldiers only consumed a small portion of them. Chen Mobai felt his power begin to surge uncontrollably, and soon he reached the peak of the third level of the nascent soul stage. However, this midterm bottleneck was easily broken through by the surging power of the 5 elements Tao soldiers. Soon, he also reached the fourth level of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Chen Mobai sensed that the power of the 5 elements Tao weapon was beginning to weaken. He pressed on and broke through another bottleneck. Finally, he absorbed and fused all the power of the Tao soldiers. His cultivation level in the pure Yang scroll has reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. With the help of the power of the 5 elements sect's myriad cultivations, Chen Mobai directly advanced 4 minor realms, and the energy he could control increased nearly threefold. No wonder the primordial ancestor, with the help of the 5 elements Tao soldiers, once roamed freely across the 3 regions of Dongyi, Donghuang, and Dongwu. However, even with such immense power, Chen Mobai felt that he was struggling to control it. After all, his spiritual consciousness had only just entered the nascent soul stage. But in the eastern wilderness, after Chen Mobai donned the crown of heaven and earth, the surrounding spiritual energy and other elements seemed to be his subjects, perfectly obeying his commands and obediently allowing him to control them. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt like he was the lord of the eastern wilderness. That is why he wanted to set up the battlefield here. At this moment, Chen Mobai looked down. His strength had increased dramatically to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, but the cultivators of the 5 elements sect in the myriad cultivation array below all looked listless and extremely tired. However, during this period of weakness, the 5 elements and 5 meridians formed a great array, creating a huge 5-colored sphere of light that enveloped everyone. Senior brother Nujiang, you all rest for a while. I'm going to test the power of the 5 elements Tao soldier. Chen Mobai transmitted his voice to Nujiang, who was directing the Wangxiu formation below, and then transformed into a streak of crimson light, like a bright red meteor, streaking across the sky and rushing into the depths of the desolate ruins. Soon after, a series of roars rang out, clearly indicating that a powerful demon beast had encountered Chen Mobai and was being used as a test opponent by him. After Chen Mobai killed 2 third-tier demonic beasts in succession, he discovered that the power of the 5 elements Tao weapon within his body began to degenerate, and his cultivation level also dropped from the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Throughout this process, his small book was continuously monitored and analyzed, and the cause was quickly found. It's too far from the 5 elements sect's 10,000 cultivation formation, and this place is no longer considered part of the eastern wilderness. The blessing from the crown of heaven and earth has only achieved about 20–30% of its effect. Knowing this, Chen Mobai immediately stopped in front of a large river. His rapidly declining pure Yang realm cultivation gradually stabilized as he stopped. Crossing this river leads to the mirage where Chen Mobai, Yi Qing, and Yuan Zhen once went to slay the demonic cultivators. Although all the essence of the Mirage Dragons has now been absorbed by Yuan Zhen's Azure Mirage bottle, the boundary instincts accumulated over tens of thousands of years still make that place a dividing line. Chen Mobai activated his Void Insight Eye to its limit. Without the Mirage, he quickly saw wisps of dark blue miasma rising from the ground not far away. All the birds and beasts that came into contact with the miasma turned into bones in an instant. Suddenly, the insightful eyes met a pair of enormous, golden, beastly pupils. Chen Mobai's body, which stood before the great river, trembled slightly. They immediately realized what the strange beast was. The fourth-tier golden-eyed jade toad that even Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, who possessed the azure mirage bottle, had to avoid. Those golden pupils seemed to contain a strange and eerie power. The moment Chen Mobai met their gaze, he felt a terrifying toxin being injected into his consciousness through his vision. It then caused his pure yang energy to become disordered, and his blood and qi began to shrink. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the morning bell rang, startling Chen Mobai awake, and he immediately unleashed the phoenix rising to the sun technique. The immunity to all toxins brought about by high-quality food began to take effect. Soon, wisps of dark blue miasma began to seep out from his 7 orifices and pores, dissipating into the surrounding world. End of this chapter. Chapter 819, Master and Disciple Bathing in the Sun. Chapter 819, Master and Disciple Bathing in the Sun. Beneath the phoenix facing the sun painting, all the toxins in Chen Mobai's essence, energy, and spirit were expelled from his body. The skin, which had turned bluish-white due to poisoning, regained its jade-like whiteness and radiant glow, thanks to the restoration of the longevity body. Around him, the once green grass withered and turned yellow, losing all its vitality after being contaminated by the miasma. Even in the great river in front of Chen Mobai, there were floating demonic fish with white bellies and no breath. This shows just how terrifying the miasma of the golden-eyed jade toad is. Chen Mobai withdrew his void spirit eye with a look of apprehension. On the other side, the golden-eyed jade toad seemed to sense that its miasma had not harmed its opponent. Its body, which had already risen halfway and was preparing to kick off and fly, stopped. The man and the beast stood far apart, wary of each other. In the end, Chen Mobai felt the power of the 5 elements Tao soldier begin to dissipate within his body, so he left and returned first. Roar! On his way back, he heard another roar from a 4th-tier demon beast. It was probably a sonic attack, which was farther away than the golden-eyed jade toad, but it could still be heard clearly here. Chen Mobai stopped, used the sound of the empty valley to locate the source, and then took out the map of the desolate ruins compiled by the 5 Elements sect. He drew an X in the blank western direction behind the mirage. This means there are 4th-tier demonic beasts here. If the 5 Elements sect wants to develop the wasteland in the future, it would be best to avoid this place. After Chen Mobai takes over Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he plans to expand the 5 Elements sect's territory to the eastern barbarians. If the desolate wasteland between the two can be connected and developed, it will directly add half of the eastern wilderness territory. Of course, it would be even better if a large teleportation array could be set up. However, it is clear that the 5 Elements sect, given its current status, is not capable of purchasing this from the Void Palace. Therefore, the only option is to first consider using the methods of our predecessors to open up the wasteland between the two regions. After returning to the desolate ruins on the edge of the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai saw that most of the cultivators in the 5 Elements sect's formation were already meditating while holding spirit stones. These spirit stones were naturally provided by the 5 Elements sect. This training exercise involving 10,000 cultivators using the 5 Elements Tao army has already cost a staggering 1,000,000 spirit stones in just 6 months. And this is only because it's a training exercise. If they were to actually engage in a major battle with the enemy, it's estimated that they would have to spend tens of thousands of spirit stones every day. Fortunately, under Chen Mobai's new policies, the 5 Elements sect has vigorously developed infrastructure, developed the eastern wilderness, revitalized various industries, and made a fortune in recent years. The small sects and families of cultivators who followed them also benefited. Even those rogue cultivators without any special skills earned spirit stones, a sum they never dared to dream of in their previous lives, by selling their labor in the 5 Elements sect's various infrastructure projects. Most of these spirit stones were subsequently collected back by the 5 Elements sect through the new cave-dwelling complex, established after the medium-sized teleportation array in Baiyuan City was built. After all the cultivators in the eastern wilderness now share a dream: to settle in Baiyuan City, and ideally, to have a cave dwelling with second-tier spiritual energy. That way, you'll basically never have to worry about anything in your life. Unfortunately, the cave dwellings in the inner city were sold out decades ago. So many people had to settle for second best and buy properties in the newly developed suburbs with medium-sized teleportation arrays. Of course, purchasing a cave dwelling outright would be difficult for independent cultivators. But don't worry, the Five Elements sect will thoughtfully provide loans to cultivators who have worked on projects within their sect, giving you a cave dwelling to live in first, and then giving you the property certificate once the spirit stones have been paid off. In this way, the Five Elements sect now has a reserve of 70 million spirit stones. Before the Great Battle, Chen Mobai, who had gone to Luo Zuer to find out about her family's assets, was somewhat surprised when he learned of this number. Unexpectedly, I've almost achieved my initial small goal without even realizing it. This is because he used a lot of spirit stones to collect the medicinal materials for Gizhan Dan, Lingyuan Dan, Jin Ayuhuan Dan. Otherwise, he would probably have a reserve of about 100 million spirit stones by now. Having food in hand brings peace of mind. With enough spirit stones, the following group of 10,000 cultivators from the Five Elements sect were mobilized by Nujiang with ease. After practicing for a month, Chen Mobai had completely mastered the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers using the Fangkun book. He even activated his own avatar while in that state. Conversely, it was discovered that after breaking free from the constraints of his own physical body, this external avatar, after absorbing the Five Elements Dao weapons, was even more powerful than the original, equivalent to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. It can only be said that, although Hunyuan True Qi can be transformed into any of the 5 elements of spiritual power, it is still somewhat incompatible with the pure Yang scroll, and there is a lot of waste in the process of transformation. After discovering this, Chen Mobai began to use his external avatar as the main force. However, this external avatar also has more limitations. Namely, it cannot leave the eastern wilderness too far otherwise. Even if the power of the 5 elements Dao soldier does not dissipate, Chen Mobai will be somewhat unable to control it. After he had practiced the 5 elements Dao soldiers, Chen Mobai gave the opportunity to lead the formation to Mo Du Guang and the others, allowing them to experience a higher level of mastery. Among them, Mo Du Guang and Zhou Yi used the 5 elements Dao weapons to raise their own power to the initial nascent soul stage, immersing themselves in that vast and majestic power. Nujiang and Sheng Zhaoxi, on the other hand, lacked the necessary cultivation level. At most, they could only experience the perfect state of their current cultivation. Time passes. Another 6 months will pass quickly. At this time, the Wangxiu of the 5 Elements Dao army were already thoroughly familiar with the war formations. Several of the 5 elements and 5 meridians who had reached the foundation establishment stage had also experienced the power of the core formation stage several times under Chen Mobai's instruction. Today, it is Sheng Zhaoxi's apprentice, Tan Rong of the Fire Vein, who is in charge of the battle, and behind her are Ning Leshan and Ban Jiadan of the Metal Vein. Chen Mobai ignored the matter and took the letter from Yu Lian to read. This document records the various intelligence gathered by Zhou Shenking, Zhou Wangshan, and others in the eastern Yi region over the past year. The main focus is on the traces of nascent soul cultivators from the 3 major sects. There was some bad news. Ancestor Jin Feng and Ancestor Bai Wu had returned from the Xuanhai Sea. However, after their return, they reorganized their army of cultivators from the previous Kongseng Valley and withdrew back to their respective immortal city sects. Zhou Shenking was somewhat puzzled by this. Their return clearly signifies that both Mukin and Kuzhu, master and apprentice, have been defeated. Given the prevailing customs in the Heavenly River realm, they would definitely press their advantage and wipe out the enemy completely. Why did they suddenly withdraw their troops? It couldn't have been a sudden act of kindness. Zhou Shenking was completely baffled by this, so he wrote it down and had Yu Lion deliver it to Chen Mobai. After you go back, tell your senior brother that you can send someone to Kongsang Valley to see if Mingwen Zhenren and Yi Chenghen are there. Chen Mobai thought for a moment. It was not appropriate for them to send people to investigate the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and the Yu Rai Hai, but as the other party involved, they still had some connection. If neither Mukin nor Kuzhu, the two nascent soul cultivators, return, then these two late-stage core formation cultivators are clearly the big shots of Kongsang Valley. Asking them might give you some useful information. Moreover, without the nascent soul cultivator in charge, it was obvious that Kongsang Valley could no longer survive in the eastern barbarian lands. Knowing that Chen Mobai had already formed his nascent soul, and that the five-element sect had Zhou Shenking, Yi Chenghen's first reaction was definitely to seek refuge at the branch academy he had established in the eastern wilderness. After all, the two sides have a cooperative relationship, so as long as Kongsang Valley comes to pay their respects in advance, Chen Mobai will definitely be willing to accept them. Yes, sect leader. Yu Lion nodded after hearing this, and without pausing for a moment, headed straight for the eastern Yi again. Junior brother, is there any news from the eastern barbarians? After Yu Lion left, Nu Jiang and the others flew over. Chen Mobai did not hide anything from them and handed over Zhou Shenking's letter. After looking at them one by one, everyone's expressions turned to anticipation. Since Ancestor Jin Feng has returned, it means that their opponent is still there, and the five elements Dao soldiers, which have been prepared for a long time, may soon have a chance to be used. Let the disciples work hard for a while longer. I'll go back to Beiyuan City and ask Tianqinlu if they have any new information. Chen Mobai's words made Nu Jiang and the others nod in agreement. Golden Crow, Immortal City. The White Crow ancestor, who had just led the army of cultivators from the sunbathing sea back, looked at Zhu Yun and the other core formation disciples in front of him with a deep expression and a slight frown. I need an explanation. Why did you suddenly close the teleportation array after returning from the Star Heaven Dao sect? When the White Crow ancestor returned, he discovered that his eldest disciple, Zhu Yun, had caused him considerable trouble. She initially suspected that Chen Mobai was Chen Qingdi, the Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. In order to seize the Three Lights' divine water from the latter, she did not hesitate to forcibly seal the teleportation array of Jinwu Immortal City, and even searched the major merchant guilds within the city, which truly offended everyone. Although Zhu Yun visited each of them to apologize afterward, the chambers of commerce in the Holy Lands valued their reputation highly. They were just as firm as Zhu Yun had been initially, and refused to accept the apology. As soon as Patriarch Beiwu returned, other disciples naturally reported this matter to him. Even with his status after hearing this, coupled with the unsuccessful destruction of Kongsang Valley, his anger flared up. Upon hearing his cold words, Zhu Yun knew that her master was angry. She gritted her teeth and used telepathy to tell Beiwu ancestor what had happened at the Big Dipper conference and her own speculations. Oh, I didn't know that happened. As expected after hearing this, the frost in Beiwu ancestor's eyes dissipated. He then waved to the other two core formation disciples in the hall, signaling them to leave first. Please punish me, master. When only the master and disciple remained, Zhu Yun knelt down and paid his respects to the White Crow ancestor. Come over. The White Crow ancestor uttered two words, and Zhu Yun immediately obediently got up, untied the jade belt around her slender waist, and the pale golden sunbathing immortal robe slid down her delicate skin to the ground. Soon, her fair and graceful body fell into her master's arms. End of this chapter. Chapter 820, Hidden Abyss Island, bonus chapter for 3,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 820, Hidden Abyss Island, bonus chapter for 3,000 monthly tickets. Liu Nensheng and Zhou Zhenghai, two disciples of the White Crow ancestor, walked out of the main hall one after the other. The former was about to leave when the latter called him back. Junior brother Liu, did you tell Master about senior sister sealing the teleportation array and the Great Search Immortal City? Zhou Zhenghai asked the question with a half-smile. Because of this matter, the relationship between our Sunrise Sea and the major chambers of commerce is still strained. I previously ordered a precious pill from Kaetang to help me break through a bottleneck, but it still hasn't arrived. This must be the reason. Liu Nansheng made a couple of complaints, neither admitting nor denying them. Junior brother Liu, senior sister is master's favorite disciple. If you keep tattling like this, you better watch out if she reaches the nascent soul stage in the future. Compared to Liu Nansheng, who joined the sect later, Zhou Zhenghai knew more. Zhu Yun was not only a disciple of the master, the White Crow ancestor, but also a concubine. It was precisely because of this close relationship that Zhu Yun was able to cultivate all the way to the perfect core formation stage. And even the White Crow ancestor used the precious Sunwood heart to help her exchange for the Three Lights divine water. Although Zhu Yun failed to achieve nascent soul, which lowered her status in the eyes of the White Crow ancestor, even so, the other 9 members of the Bathing Sun 10 True Ones combined were still not as good as her. Upon hearing this, Liu Nansheng's expression changed slightly. Senior brother Zhou, I have a jar of treasured white dew sparrow tongue tea in my cave. Why don't you come over and have a drink with me? There are many things in the sect that I need to ask you about. Hearing Liu Nansheng's words, Zhou Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. White dew sparrow tongue is a 4th-grade spiritual tea. The tea garden where the mother tree is located is under the care of Liu Nansheng, and usually only the White Crow ancestor can drink it at will. Zhou Zhenghai gets a few ounces every year, which he's already finished drinking. Seeing that Liu Nansheng was so sensible, it was worth the effort for him to remind him. Unbeknownst to the two, their conversation was being overheard by the White Crow ancestor. However, he is currently busy disciplining his delicate disciple in his arms. After being severely punished, Zhu Yun, panting slightly, asked about the outcome of the battle between the 4 nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern barbarians. She was very puzzled by the fact that the White Crow ancestor had suddenly returned from the profound sea and spared the Kongseng Valley. Originally, Mukin and his apprentice Kuzhu were about to be killed by Jinfeng and me working together, but at the critical moment, a dark island suddenly appeared on the seabed where we were fighting. A mysterious black-robed cultivator made a move and used a magic artifact to separate the 4 of us. Fortunately, the black-robed cultivator had no intention of killing. He only took Kuzhu away, saying that he had a special physique and could receive the inheritance of Kaiyuan Island. If he could pass the trial, he would be one of the future 10 Directions Palace Masters. Mukin went with them, but Jinfeng and I dared not, so we had to come back first. If Kuzhu really passes the test of Kaiyuan Island, his future achievements will probably be limitless, so I don't need to go to extremes. I might as well let Kongseng Valley go. At this point, the White Crow ancestor also let out a cold snort. The 2 factions have besieged Kongseng Valley for more than 10 years. As long as Mukin and his disciple Kuzhu are killed, the lifespan of the Golden Wind ancestor will not be long either. In the future, he will be the one to call the shots in this area of Dongyi. But just when he was about to win a great victory, it was ruined by Kaiyuan Island, so he must have been very unhappy. I never expected that the legacy of Kaiyuan Island would still be intact. Zhu Yun was also taken aback when she heard this. This is one of the 10 Directions halls of the Eastern Imperial Court. At its peak, it was guarded by nascent soul cultivators and was the force that the Imperial Court used to suppress the Xuanhai. However, during the great battle between the human emperor and the 9-headed great sage, the nascent soul cultivator of Kaiyuan Island perished, and the lineage of this generation began to decline. Unexpectedly, there were still successors left in the Xuanhai Sea. Now is the era of the Holy Land ruling the eastern continent. Kaiyuan Island has long since become a thing of the past along with the Eastern Imperial Court. Moreover, even if Kuzhu obtains the inheritance and his cultivation greatly increases, I have the Golden Crow immortal city, and I am not afraid of him. Ancestor Beiwu spoke with an arrogant expression, saying that their sunbathing sea traced its origins back to the ancient holy lands of the Eastern lands, and their ancestors' reputation was no less than that of Abyss Island. However, since we failed to kill Kuju this time and wipe out Kongseng Valley, there was no need to continue. Always leave room for maneuver, so that there is room for reconciliation in the future. But why isn't Chuangxiao Dao Palace making a move? They clearly have a blood feud with Kongseng Valley. Zhu Yun didn't understand this at all. Yu Rai Hai is home to the #1 immortal city in Dongyi, protected by a fifth-order grand formation. As long as it is not a nascent soul cultivator who makes a move, it has nothing to fear, which is why it has the confidence to reconcile with Kuzhu. The situation is different for Chuangxiao Dao Palace. The first thing Kuzhu did after returning from forming his nascent soul was to seek revenge on ancestor Jinfeng. It was basically a fight to the death between the two sides. He does want to make a move, but without my intervention, even with the Chuangxiao Dao Palace by himself, he won't be able to break through Kongseng Valley's 4th-grade high-level formation in a short time. So after I left with the disciples of Yu Rai Hai, that old ghost Jin Feng also pretended to leave a way out for Kongseng Valley and followed me to retreat. But he must be very worried right now, and he might already be considering his way out. As Beiwu ancestor spoke, he suddenly remembered the eastern wilderness that he and Jinfeng ancestor had planned together when Hunyuan ancestor passed away. However, what he coveted was the primordial Dao fruit inherited from the 5-element sect, while ancestor Jin Feng wanted to turn the eastern wilderness into his own backyard. After all, Chuangxiao Dao Palace was a major alchemy sect, and if it had more medicinal fields, it could cultivate more disciples, and perhaps a second nascent soul would emerge from this. Perfect timing. Old Ghost Jinfeng is at least a nascent soul cultivator, while the highest cultivation level in that rural area of the eastern wilderness is only core formation. I can write a letter to him, saying that as long as he is willing to lead the Chuangxiao Dao Palace away from the eastern barbarians and retreat to the eastern wilderness, if Kuzhu returns in the future, I can step in to mediate and allow Kuzhu to leave the Chuangxiao Dao Palace lineage in the eastern wilderness. Suddenly, the White Crow ancestor thought of this trick of using one wolf to devour another. If the 5-element sect Master Chen was indeed a Dao child cultivated by the One Yuan Dao Palace, then in order to resist the Golden Wind ancestor, he would have to reveal his trump card. If not, the 5-element sect would have been directly destroyed by the Chuangxiao Dao Palace, which would have been a good thing for ancestor Beiwu. Because both he and his disciple had some karmic connection with the 5-element sect. This is a perfect opportunity to end it all. Master, there's one more thing. Our spies in Beiyuan City sent us some intelligence. After hearing this, Zhu Yun praised the White Crow ancestors' plan, but the main premise was that the 5-element sect had no nascent soul cultivators. The Golden Sun Spirit Tree atop the mountain in Beiyuan City previously underwent tribulation to become a 4th-tier longevity tree, but the power of that tribulation was somewhat excessive. The scouts suspected that it might be sect leader Chen of the 5-element sect undergoing his nascent soul tribulation. At this point, Zhu Yun reached for the storage bag on her clothes that had fallen to the ground, and quickly retrieved the recorded information from it. Old ancestor Beiwu immediately took it, examined it carefully, and then his expression relaxed. It says that sect leader Chen of the 5-element sect easily shattered the heavenly tribulation with the thunder purple sword, which means it was definitely not a nascent soul heavenly tribulation. In the tens of thousands of years of history recorded in the Burning Heaven Pure Land classic of our sun-bathing sea, there has never been such a thing. It must be a heavenly tribulation for the advancement of a 3rd-tier spiritual plan, so that he could help it pass through so easily. As for the intelligence report that the heavenly tribulation was quite powerful, almost covering half of Beiyuan City, the White Crow ancestor simply thought his disciple was making a fuss over nothing. The immortal tree was, after all, the legendary origin of the celestial venerable. Perhaps the one transplanted to Beiyuan City was carefully cultivated by the 5-element sect, with deep roots, which is why it triggered a relatively powerful heavenly tribulation when it advanced. Master is far more knowledgeable than I am. After listening to the analysis of the White Crow ancestor, Zhu Yun sincerely praised him. HMPH, you still have a lot to learn. After hearing this, the White Crow ancestor reached out and pressed his disciple, who looked like a well-bred young lady, down again. After the master and apprentice gave Zhu Yun a minor punishment as a warning, the matter was considered closed. Subsequently, the White Crow ancestor personally visited several representatives of the merchant guilds from the Holy Lands to apologize. Some accepted the apology, while others continued to be turned away. Although the White Crow ancestor felt embarrassed, he still conveyed the message. At the same time, Zhu Yun, under the pretext of making amends, went to Xuanxiao Dao Palace on behalf of Yu Rihai. After she returned to Golden Crow Immortal City, Xuanxiao Dao Palace suddenly sent disciples to harvest the mature spiritual plants and medicinal herbs in the medicinal fields, and the army of cultivators who had just returned was summoned again. This commotion naturally did not escape the notice of the Five Elements sect members who were constantly watching. Zhou Shenking immediately instructed Yu Lian to take the message back. Zhou Shenking had just met with Mingwen Zhenren from Kongsang Valley, but even she didn't know the current situation of Mukin and Kuzhu, the two nascent soul cultivators. She only knew that Mukin had sent a talisman, telling them to activate the Great Formation and guard themselves until their return. From this talisman, Zhou Shenking learned that Mukin and Kuzhu were still alive. He was interested in finding out the outcome of the battle between the four nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern barbarians, but he quickly lost interest. Because Xuanxiao Dao Palace suddenly dispatched a team of elite cultivators to enter the desolate ruins. Zhou Shenking personally followed them for a while and discovered that they were heading towards the eastern wilderness. To avoid alerting the enemy, he did not take action. However, they deliberately lured some demonic beasts from the desolate ruins into the path of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators, thus delaying the group's journey. Baiyuan City. After receiving news from Yu Lian, Chen Mobai instructed the Five Elements sect cultivators on the eastern border to go into hiding, and then allowed this group of Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators to enter. The group of cultivators was led by a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He carefully disguised himself and his group, pretending to be a merchant caravan from a small sect in Dongyi. After entering Baiyuan City, they investigated many things and even went to Tianquanlu. 7 days later, the group left the eastern wilderness with the apparent intelligence provided by Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 821. The Great Battle begins. Bonus chapter for 4,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 821. The Great Battle begins. Bonus chapter for 4,000 monthly tickets. Dongyi Mingjing Mountain. Ancestor Jin Feng sat upright in his seat, with 4 core formation cultivators standing on either side of him, all looking troubled. Ancestor, are we really going to abandon this ancestral land? Seeing that the other 3 remained silent, Master Xuanguang, the head of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, had no choice but to step forward. If that Kuzhu really passes the trial on Kaiyuan Island and returns, I will give him my life to resolve the grudges between us and leave you a way out. The old ancestor Jin Feng calmly uttered these words, deeply moving the 4 Xuan Guangs below. My lifespan is almost over. Before I die, let me settle all the grudges I've accumulated. Upon hearing this, Xuan Guang and the other 3 immediately recalled the greatest humiliation that Xuanxiao Dao Palace had suffered over the years. In the eastern wilderness, they lost 5 core formation cultivators, and even Xuan Shu, the hope for future nascent soul formation, died there. If they hadn't been held back by Kongsang Valley, they would have led their army to the eastern wilderness long ago to crush the Five Elements sect. Now that things have come to an end in Kongsang Valley, it's time to take revenge. There are also 4th-grade high-quality spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness. The Five Elements sect has already wiped out all the other major sects in the area. After we destroy it, we can take its place. The 4 of you will stay there to inherit the Xuanxiao lineage, while I will come back to await the outcome of the bitter bamboo. After Ancestor Jin Feng finished explaining his thoughts, Xuan Guang and the others had no more doubts. Although it is very difficult to part with Mingjing Mountain, which has been cultivated for more than 3,000 years. It is indeed the only option under the current circumstances. In the heavenly river realm, sects, families, and the like are all like this. Ups and downs. Even sacred sites have disappeared and been destroyed many times over tens of thousands of years of history. Xuanxiao Dao Palace, starting as an ordinary small sect, gradually developed into the nascent soul sect it is today over 3,000 years after obtaining the cultivation manual from the underwater cave. It has been a continuous process of growth. Now, with no second nascent soul cultivator left, the decline is finally about to begin. Guang, you should know that this Mingjing mountain was also snatched from the Mingjing sword sect by my masters and senior uncles. Suddenly, the Golden Wind ancestor spoke to Guang, the sect leader, and said the following words. The Mingjing sword sect was the former Eastern Yi nascent soul sect before the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Unfortunately, after the last nascent soul sword cultivator passed away, there was no successor, and the mountain eventually weakened to the point that it could not even be protected. The powerful Xuanxiao Dao Palace broke through the formation and wiped them all out. After occupying the spiritual vein of Mingjing Mountain, Xuanxiao Dao Palace began to soar to new heights, and even ancestor Jinfeng formed his nascent soul here to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Ancestor, I understand what you mean. One day, we will return from the eastern wilderness. At that time, not only will this mirror mountain be ours, but also Kongseng Valley and Golden Crow Immortal City will be ours. Guang nodded and solemnly addressed the Golden Wind ancestor. This child is teachable. Upon hearing this, the Golden Wind ancestor smiled slightly, then took out a scroll of Taoist scriptures and a jade book and handed them to him. This is what our ancestor obtained from the underwater cave. It is the most precious inheritance of our lineage, and I am now passing it on to you. Upon hearing this, Guang raised his hands above his head and bowed deeply as he accepted the Taoist book and the jade scroll. Guang knew that the reason he was chosen was because Shu was dead. Even so, he was still very happy. The other three core formation cultivators on the side all looked envious, but soon they realized that the way old ancestor Jin Feng was doing it was as if he was making his final arrangements. It seems that the nascent soul battle with Mukin and Kuzhu has caused Jin Feng ancestor to lose his last bit of vital energy. We must take advantage of the last rays of our ancestors' light to clean up the eastern wilderness. Guang and the other three quickly reached a consensus. Although the Five Elements sect has no nascent soul cultivators, it has quite a few core formation cultivators, and it also has the killing god Chen Gixian. Relying on just the four of them, it's definitely not enough. Realizing this, Guang even slowed down the harvesting of the various high-grade medicinal herbs he had planted in the Mingjing Mountain medicinal fields, and first mobilized all the disciples he could. The plan is to fight first, and then slowly transplant the high-grade medicinal herbs from Xuanxiao Dao Palace after conquering the eastern wilderness. In the heat of battle, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators' army, which had just been disbanded, was regrouped within a short period of half a month. Subsequently, the disciples that Guang had sent out to scout the eastern wilderness also returned. They did obtain a lot of useful information, among which the most of Guang's attention was that Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei were holding their core formation ceremony at the same time, and the location was set in Beiyuan City. At that time, all the prominent cultivators of the five elements and five lineages would come. This is a great opportunity to catch them all. Upon seeing this, Guang had this thought in his mind, and he immediately reported the news to ancestor Jin Feng. You can arrange it. Old ancestor Jin Feng spoke these words. Soon, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's army of cultivators, led by the ambitious Guang, boarded 100 flying boats and headed towards the eastern wilderness. Ancestor Jin Feng stood on the highest peak of Mingjing Mountain, feeling the biting cold wind. His own Xuanjin Dharma body had been tempered to its extreme with the help of the wind that cut like 1,000 knives on the mountaintop. After taking one last look at every blade of grass and every tree, Ancestor Jinfeng sighed, then rode a large golden banner like a beam of golden light, instantly overtaking the 100 flying boats that had left earlier and landing on the first one. Xu Guang and the other three were right there when they saw Ancestor Jin Feng land, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Shenking concealed all his presence, standing like a decaying old tree in a forest, watching the flying boats pass overhead through the mottled leaves. Has this moment finally arrived? Seeing that Ancestor Jin Feng had indeed led the army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace to move out as expected, Zhou Shenking felt a sense of satisfaction that his hard work had not been in vain. You stay here. This Mingjing Mountain will also be our 5-element sect's territory in the future. When the news of Ancestor Jin Feng's death comes, there will definitely be internal strife for a while. We can't let them take those precious spiritual plants with them. Zhou Shenking spoke to Zhou Wangshan and the others beside him. They all held a concealment talisman drawn by the former himself, and their auras were exactly the same as those of the ancient tree beside them. Yes, Ancestor. King Zhou was the first to speak, nodding in agreement. As the #1 alchemy sect in Dongyi, Xuanxiao Dao Palace has cultivated the most fourth-order spiritual plants in the surrounding 3 regions. It is said that there are hundreds of varieties, which are the result of their hard work over 3,000 years. Occasionally, when the Taoist sect refines certain elixirs, it also needs to purchase medicinal materials from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. These 4th-tier spiritual plants, the mature ones have all been picked and preserved by the Guang sect and taken to the eastern wilderness, but more than half are still in the growth stage. If they are picked prematurely by those who do not know any better, their medicinal effects will be greatly reduced. If news of the Golden Wind ancestors' demise in the eastern wilderness were to reach them, Zhou Shenking believed that many people within the Xuanxiao Dao Palace would be tempted to take advantage of these precious spiritual plants that were not yet fully mature, making a quick buck before abandoning the sect and disappearing. Meanwhile, some sects and cultivation families in the vicinity will surely join forces to attack the now empty Mingjing Mountain and plunder it. Zhou Shenking, who already considered Mingjing Mountain as his own territory, did not want these things to happen. Moreover, on the front lines of the battlefield, it's enough that he's there to go back. Although Ancestor Jin Feng is a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he and Chen Mobai, together with the 5 elements Dao soldiers waiting in ambush, should be easy to kill. To avoid being detected by the Golden Wind ancestor, Zhou Shenking had to take a long detour after entering the desolate ruins to avoid them. However, because the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's 100 flying boats were so impressive, they attracted the attention of many demonic beasts in the desolate ruins, slowing them down. In addition, Zhou Shenking was alone, so he still arrived in the eastern wilderness faster than Ancestor Jinfeng. Senior brother, you've worked hard this past year. Upon seeing Zhou Shenking, Chen Mobai couldn't help but speak. Not at all, fellow disciples, are you all ready? Zhou Shenking smiled and spoke, then looked down at Mo Duguang, Zhou Yi Nujiang, Sheng Jiaxi, Fu Zanju, Luo Yixuan, Yin Qingmei, and Luo Zuer who were flying up. Although Chen Mobai was 99% confident in this battle, it was crucial to the future rise of the 5-element sect, and marked the beginning of their formal declaration to the eastern continent that they had become a major nascent soul sect. Therefore, after learning that Xuanxiao Dao Palace had mobilized all its forces, Chen Mobai immediately dispatched all the available resources of the 5-element sect, intending to achieve a decisive victory in one battle. Apart from Yue Zhudo, who is far away in the east, all the upper-level combat forces of the 5-element sect are here. However, Chen Mobai still instructed Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei not to be reckless when the war began, so as not to be too conspicuous and attract the attention of the Golden Wind ancestor. With the 5-element sect on high alert, the 100 flying boats of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace gradually appeared in the distant sky. At this moment, Ancestor Jin Feng also noticed the large formation of 10,000 cultivators in front of the desolate ruins on the eastern border not far away. The four core formation cultivators beside Xu and Guang were not surprised by this. After all, their Xuanxiao Dao Palace army was vast, and they had no intention of hiding it. 5 enormous Dao soldiers appeared between heaven and earth, like celestial gods who could move mountains and unload ridges. They erected a 5-colored light shield that covered all cultivators and watched the 100 flying boats with predatory eyes. Without Jin Feng Patriarch needing to speak, Xu and Guang immediately commanded the tens of thousands of disciples on the hundreds of flying boats to set up the Golden Bridge battle formation. Soon, a golden bridge was erected on their side, seemingly spanning the heavens and the earth, and fell directly over the heads of the 5 elements Dao soldiers. The 5-colored light shield lit up, but beneath the golden bridge, a hole was directly opened. The Golden Bridge battle formation of Xuanxiao Dao Palace is best at tearing apart defensive battle formations, forcing enemies to confront them head-on. A golden light flashed, and the calm-faced ancestor Jin Feng stepped into the battle formation of the 5 elements Dao soldiers. End of this chapter. Chapter 822, Mysterious Golden Armor. Chapter 822, Mysterious Golden Armor. The 5 elements Dao soldier formation, the 5 elements sects trump card, was naturally known to ancestor Jin Feng. Back then, the primordial ancestor's cultivation was among the top in the surrounding 3 regions, and the Golden Wind ancestor had fought with him once. Faced with the primordial chaos true chi that could shatter all 5 elements of the world, the Golden Wind ancestor was naturally no match. Therefore, I have never experienced the 5 elements Dao soldiers. However, in any case, a war formation without a nascent soul cultivator in charge is doomed to defeat once it is breached by a true nascent soul cultivator. Having broken through the 5 elements light barrier by stepping on the golden bridge and falling into the encirclement of 5 enormous Dao soldiers, ancestor Jin Feng's face was calm yet cold. Under the pressure of the array's spiritual light, his Xuanjin Dharma body emitted an even more dazzling golden radiance. He single-handedly withstood the erosion of the entire formation. Behind him, the 4 core formation cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, along with hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators and tens of thousands of chi refining cultivators, descended from the Golden Bridge and formed 4 narrow square formations within the 5 elements Dao soldier formation. At the top of the formations were the 4 Xu and Guangs. Chen Mobai looked up at the sky from the ground, and it was as if 4 huge golden arrows had suddenly appeared in the sky, like gods drawing their bows in the void, aiming at the 5 giants who stood on the earth and dared to resist. This is another famous war formation of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the Arrow Release Formation. It was with this very formation that ancestor Jin Feng once defeated the army of Kongsang Valley head-on and severely damaged Mukin. In terms of siege warfare prowess, this war formation is hailed as the best outside the East. The Golden Wind ancestor's eyes, gleaming with a golden light, flashed with a sharp and chilling glint. With a wave of his hand, the 4 golden arrows burst forth with even more dazzling brilliance. Just as he was about to make his move, Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking exchanged a glance, smiled, and flew up. In an instant, 2 mighty nascent soul auras caused old ancestor Jin Feng's pupils to suddenly contract. Fellow Taoist Jin Feng, isn't it a bit disrespectful of my 5 elements sect to come to my eastern wilderness with such a large force? As Zhou Shenking spoke, he looked at old ancestor Jin Feng with dissatisfaction, as if he were very angry. After a moment of silence, Jin Feng Patriarch confirmed that the 2 people in front of him were genuine nascent soul cultivators, and not those who had been created by the power of the 5 elements Dao soldier formation. He then said, "If I said this was a misunderstanding, that I was just leading my sect disciples out for a practice exercise and would be returning soon, would you too believe me?" After hearing this, Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking looked at each other and then shook their heads. Since it's a misunderstanding, it must be cleared up. Here, what we'll do. As long as fellow Taoist Jin Feng leaves his life behind today, I can make the decision to let the Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples behind you go back. As soon as Chen Mobai said that, Old ancestor Jin Feng knew that today it was a fight to the death. You must be Chen Gixian, the leader of the Five Elements sect. I didn't expect you to have already formed your nascent soul at such a young age. It seems that Hunyuan left behind a lot of nascent soul pills after he died. Old ancestor Jin Feng knew Zhou Shenking and had a premonition that he was able to form a nascent soul. After all, Zhou Shenking had killed many nascent soul cultivators, including Zhao Xuankang, in the sky above Giant Tree Ridge. But Chen Mobai's successful formation of the nascent soul stage was something he truly never expected. How old is this person? Since ancestor Jin Feng is unwilling to clear up the misunderstanding, then today we can only ask you to die here. Chen Mobai didn't want to waste any more words. At this point, it was inevitable that it would be a fight to the death. You two have just formed your nascent souls and your future is very bright. Although I am old and frail, I can still take one of you with me when I die. Do you really want to fight to the death? But ancestor Jin Feng spoke again, because he knew clearly that if he died here today, the inheritance of Xuanxiao Dao Palace would be completely severed. It was at this moment that he suddenly understood why the White Crow ancestor had sent Zhu Yun to offer those conditions. Clearly, this treacherous fellow had known all along that the Five Elements sect had a nascent soul cultivator and wanted to make him and them both suffer heavy losses. Fellow Taoist, please continue your journey. Chen Mobai uttered these 5 words, then made a clenching motion in the air with his right hand, and a long sword gleaming with purple light fell into his palm. After being upgraded to the 5th tier, the purple lightning sword has completely stabilized its tier over the past year. Chen Mobai was very clear that the nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly River realm were different from those of the immortal sects. They were all truly honed through countless life-and-death battles. Those with weaker combat skills would have already died on the way. Therefore, even though he and Zhou Shenking were fighting 2 against 1, and there were 5 Elements Dao soldiers in the wings, he still came out fully armed when facing ancestor Jin Feng. The heavenly origin pearl fell from the realm into his left palm, while the Tei 5 smoke silk, which he had been keeping for his daughter, transformed into auspicious 5-colored clouds and landed at his feet. Above their heads, the gleaming Haitian mirror was also blazing with flames, constantly rotating and gathering the surrounding solar energy. When ancestor Jin Feng saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked down at the golden flag in his hand. This was his natal magic weapon, the golden light flag. After hundreds of years of refinement and nurturing, it was only a 4th-grade high-level weapon, stuck just before reaching the threshold of spirituality. As for Chen Mobai on the other side, if the Golden Wind ancestor was not mistaken, every single item he held was no less impressive than his own golden light banner. In fact, the pearls and swords he held in his left and right hands emitted a wave that made the ancestor's eyelids twitch. Could this be a 5th-order one? At this moment, old ancestor Jin Feng was filled with regret. He originally thought that with his own strength, plus the full force of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he could easily crush a rural sect like the Five Elements sect, sweep through the eastern wilderness, and turn it into his own backyard. Who knew the Five Elements sect could hide so well? Zhou Shenking had already formed his nascent soul long ago, yet he had disappeared for decades. It's obvious they're waiting to ambush him. Ancestor Jin Feng now regrets not coming to the eastern wilderness a few decades earlier, risking the depletion of his vital essence to wipe out the Five Elements sect. If it were just Zhou Shenking alone, he was 100% confident that he could kill him. But now that Chen Mobai has joined the fray, old ancestor Jin Feng knows that his chances of winning are extremely slim. After all, this person led the Five Elements sect to exterminate the other major sects in the eastern wilderness, and his fearsome reputation was well known. In a direct confrontation, he killed his most prized disciple, Xuan Shu. He was clearly a genius of the same level as the Holy Land's Tao child. After forming his nascent soul, his strength would only become more terrifying. Ancestor Jin Feng regretted giving the Five Elements sect time to develop, allowing them to wait until Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul. Just as he was feeling resentful, Chen Mobai had already activated the purple lightning sword in his hand. With a thunderous roar, a beam of purple lightning, carrying a sword aura that pierced the sky, struck the head of the Golden Wind Ancestor. The Golden Wind Ancestor immediately waved the banner in his hand, and a brilliant golden light burst forth, like a golden crescent blade, colliding with the purple lightning sword. But in an instant, the golden crescent blade shattered. It's definitely a fifth-tier flying sword. Just who is this kid? It's absolutely impossible that he was trained by the Five Elements sect. After their initial exchange, Ancestor Jin Feng immediately estimated the grade of the purple lightning sword. He promptly took out a palm-sized set of golden armor from his storage bag. With the resonance of his Qianjin Dharma body, the armor instantly enlarged and covered his body. The purple lightning sword struck the helmet, emitting a brilliant spark, and sent the Golden Wind Ancestor staggering back 2 steps. Hey, this armor is pretty good. Chen Mobai looked at the helmet, which only had a white mark on it, with some surprise, and was once again glad that he had not underestimated his opponent or acted recklessly. The cultivators in the Heavenly River realm have quite a few trump cards up their sleeves. Junior brother, this is a magic weapon passed down for thousands of years by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. It is called the Xuanxiao Golden Armor. It is said to be infused with a piece of 5th-order Qianjin. When combined with the Qianjin Dharma body, it cannot be broken by anyone below the 5th order. Zhou Shenking spoke up at this moment, and Chen Mobai looked at the purple lightning sword after hearing it. I wondered if it had only advanced to a fake 5th rank. With his skill in crafting, he could naturally tell that although the Xuanxiao golden armor was made of 5th-tier materials, it was only of peak 4th-tier quality and did not exhibit any spiritual energy. It can only be said that the level of weapon crafting here is too backward, but this only makes the newly upgraded purple lightning sword seem somewhat incompetent. Master, this person's helmet is made of tier 5 materials. I can cut through it if I switch to a different part. Sensing Chen Mobai's suspicious gaze, the Dianjian immediately offered an explanation. It turns out that the 5th-grade Qianjin used for the Xuanxiao golden armor was used to refine the helmet. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly changed, and he once again wielded the purple lightning sword, slashing towards the waist of the Golden Wind Ancestor. With a loud bang, old Ancestor Jin Feng used his escape light to try to avoid the purple lightning sword, but the latter was determined to prove itself. With the support of Chen Mobai's vast pure yang true energy, it caught up with and slashed into the escape light in an instant. The Xuanxiao golden armor suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, but under the sharpness of the purple lightning sword, it could not even withstand a single breath and was cut through like leather. Beneath the golden armor lies the Qianjin Dharma body, cultivated by Ancestor Jinfeng for nearly 1,000 years. However, the brilliant golden light only slightly slowed down the speed at which the purple lightning sword's blade cut in. Amidst the soft smacking sound, the Golden Wind Ancestor's waist had been slashed by the purple lightning sword, blood gushing out, and the intense pain caused his escape light to pause. As Chen Mobai was about to cut this formidable enemy in half, a dense golden light mixed with blood suddenly condensed into a talisman and landed on the purple lightning sword. Luck! As the Golden Wind Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood that fell into the golden talisman and uttered a word of incantation, Chen Mobai felt his connection with the purple lightning sword suddenly severed. A shower of golden light. He immediately remembered the spell, but wasn't it only capable of sealing 4th-tier magical artifacts at most? However, Chen Mobai immediately realized that in the Heavenly River realm, people like to hold back some techniques when passing on their knowledge. What he obtained from the Xuanjinji storage bag might not have been the complete version of the falling treasure golden light. Sizzle! Just as Ancestor Jin Feng sealed the purple lightning sword, before he could even catch his breath, streaks of cyan light needles pierced his 7 orifices. Zhou Shenking has made his move. End of this chapter. Chapter 823, The Arrow That Shoots the Sun. Chapter 823, The Arrow That Shoots the Sun. Facing Zhou Shenking's heavenly wood divine needle, old ancestor Jin Feng swung his left hand. With a clanging sound, the heavenly wood divine needle was grasped and squeezed in his hand, shattering into a wisp of clear light. Then the golden wind ancestor wielded his natal magic weapon, unleashing several golden crescent blades that slashed towards Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking respectively. Faced with such an attack, Chen Mobai smiled calmly. Before his divine sense could even move, the Tei-5 smoke cloud surged up on its own, transforming into five-colored smoke and dissipating the golden crescent blade that came before him. This Tei-5 smoke silk was originally crafted by ancestor Yunya, and its spiritual power far surpasses that of Chen Mobai's. It is even comparable to the fifth-tier purple lightning sword, but for so many years, no cultivator has been willing to nurture it with their own spiritual power. The Wuki Dao Academy used the spirit stones allocated by the immortal sect elsewhere, resulting in Tei Wanliu being sealed in the qi-containing sphere for thousands of years. It is only released and awakened after the spiritual liquid in the artifact sphere is exhausted each time, given a good meal, and then sealed back in. After going through this cycle repeatedly, by the time Chen Ziohe finally unleashed the Tei-5 smoke luo, it was already close to dropping in level. That's why Chen Mobai, this wealthy man, remembered it for a lifetime. Therefore, when she was needed, Tei Wanliu didn't even need Chen Mobai's command. She took the initiative to block all the golden moon sabers. Chen Mobai was relaxed and at ease, but Zhou Shenking was in grave danger. His fourth-tier spirit leaf talisman was torn apart by the golden moon scimitar after only a few breaths, forcing him to unleash the golden orchid pearl. Upon seeing this bead, the golden wind ancestor's eyes immediately turned red. This is the magical artifact of his disciple, Xuan Shu. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his waist, he stomped on the golden bridge beneath him, and soon another, thinner golden bridge, which also possessed destructive defensive power, extended from it and landed on the golden light barrier of the golden orchid pearl. Zhou Shenking felt a jolt in his consciousness as the golden orchid pearl's defenses, which had enveloped his entire body, were breached. At the same time, old ancestor Jin Feng took out a golden halberd from his storage bag. The powerful and domineering sun-shooting divine spear technique, like a golden arrow, was aimed precisely at the opening in the golden bridge that had been breached in the golden orchid pearl, piercing towards Zhou Shenking's brow and dantian. At the critical moment, Chen Mobai unleashed a burst of primordial chaos true qi, which, under Fang Kunshu's precise control, blocked the sun-shooting divine spear technique in midair. However, after the metal element true energy attached to it was neutralized, the golden spear did not slow down and continued to spin as it stabbed towards Zhou Shenking. Chen Mobai listened intently with the sound of an empty valley and discovered that there was actually a wind attribute true energy above. It seemed that the golden wind ancestor had considered the possibility of encountering the primordial true energy and had hidden this hidden move. Sharp! Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire the golden wind ancestor, and he opened his mouth to exhale a faint white light. The extreme yang slash erupted in an instant, colliding with the sun-shooting divine spear technique. After a brief stalemate, the blazing yang fire of the great sun melted the golden spear into golden liquid in midair. But at the same time, Chen Mobai's extreme yang slash also dimmed. This is because ancestor Jin Feng's sun-shooting divine spear technique has been cultivated to the fourth level of perfection, while his extreme yang slash is of a lower level. However, he still managed to break the spell by relying on the power of the great sun yang fire and the elemental advantage of the opposing attributes. Junior brother, this person is my nemesis. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Shenking shouted something to Chen Mobai, and then immediately retreated into the five elements Dao soldiers below to avoid the golden wind ancestor's wrath and taking him away before he died. Senior brother, just keep things under control and make sure these people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace don't escape. I'll take care of ancestor Jin Feng. Before the fight, Chen Mobai took Jin Feng ancestor very seriously. After all, The fighting power and fighting spirit of the cultivators in the heavenly river realm had always left a deep impression on him. In the exchange just now, he discovered that he seemed to be able to easily defeat the Golden Wind ancestor by relying on his equipment. "Junior brother, don't worry, leave it to me. Jiamu Daobing quickly possess me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking immediately nodded in agreement. Then, with a loud shout, the enormous azure Dao soldier surrounding him instantly transformed into a clear, turbulent torrent, surging towards him. At this moment, a barrage of arrows behind ancestor Jin Feng suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, like a giant golden arrow shooting from the sky and piercing straight into the chest of Jia Mu Dao Bing. Within the wood vein formation, many qi refining cultivators with lower cultivation levels couldn't help but turn pale at the moment of the collision. Just when Zhou Shenking felt he was about to give up, Chen Mobai activated his avatar. A giant, semi-transparent hand appeared out of thin air in the sky, grasping the tail of the golden arrow that had pierced the chest of the wood Dao soldier. Then, the other 4-5 elements Dao soldiers standing on the ground transformed into 4 torrents, continuously converging towards the hand. Soon, a colossal phantom of a deity, wearing a white jade crown and 5-colored immortal robes, with an obscured face, appeared between heaven and earth. As Chen Mobai conceived the thought, his avatar reached out and grasped, and the array of arrows in his palm shattered into pieces of golden light. In midair, many of the thousands of Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples in the Xuanguang main formation coughed up blood. But the Golden Wind ancestor ignored it and ordered the remaining 3 arrow formations to erupt. 3 enormous golden arrows pierced the sky and fell, each heading towards Wangxiu of the 5-element sect, who was only protected by a 5-colored light shield. However, the avatar's core is formed by condensing the power of the void, making it even more convenient and faster to use void movement than Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai opened his domain, and a cyan sword flew out, landing in the palm of his avatar. Immediately, the avatar teleported and, in the blink of an eye, wielded the azure frost sword to slash down all 3 golden arrows in midair. At this moment, ancestor Jin Feng had already activated his Xuanjin body to forcibly close the deep sword wound on his waist. The wounds inflicted by the purple lightning sword were so severe that even his 4th-stage, fully-fledged body tempering could not withstand the healing process. Jin Feng Lao Zu immediately took 1 pill to heal his injuries and several pills to restore his energy and spirit. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of fire rushed towards us. The Golden Wind ancestor raised his face, which was now etched with wrinkles, and looked at the purplish-blue flame in his opponent's palm with a solemn expression. Chen Mobai tried to activate it several times with his divine sense, but found that his connection with the purple lightning sword had been severed. The latter no longer had its own pure yang true energy, although it was also unleashing sword energy in an attempt to break through the sealing talisman cast by ancestor Jin Feng with his lifeblood. It was clear that it would take some time. It was for this reason that Chen Mobai brought out his trump card, the Daoshuai Fire. His expression was cold, and his extremely pure yang energy surged even more powerfully, clearly indicating that he had made up his mind to kill the Golden Wind ancestor here. Jin Feng Lao Zu also knew that under such circumstances, words were useless, and only life and death could be decided. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and activate his half-crippled Xuanjin body to face an even more brutal battle. Under the influence of the elixir, the Xuanjin body once again radiated brilliant light, and the golden banner in its hand waved, bringing with it a series of crescent-shaped blade lights slashing towards Chen Mobai. However, under the active influence of Tei Wanliu, it merely caused the colorful clouds to splash up rings of smoke. A 4th-tier peak, defensive magic weapon. Seeing this, ancestor Jin Feng was even more terrified. This meant that only a 5th-order method could break through the Tei 5 smoke curtain and deal a fatal blow to Chen Mobai. After Jin Feng Lao Zu was defeated by Hun Yuan Lao Zu, he thought about how to deal with them if they met again. For this reason, he specially added Heavenly Wind True Qi to the magic he practiced. But he didn't expect that his attack wouldn't even qualify Chen Mobai to use his primordial true qi. However, there is still a chance. Having roamed the eastern continent for so many years, old ancestor Jin Feng must have some hidden, top-secret techniques. Above the Xuanhai Sea, he used that one move to pierce through Kuzhu's heart. If it weren't for the interference from the people of Kaiyuan Island, he would have already won a great victory. Thinking of this, ancestor Jin Feng endured the excruciating pain of being almost cut in half at the waist, waved the golden banner in his hand, and immediately the 4 arrow formations behind him burst forth with brilliant golden light again, which he then concentrated into a single point. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already unleashed the Daoshuai fire. Jin Feng Laozu also condensed the spiritual power of tens of thousands of cultivators from Xuanxiao Dao Palace through the golden bridge beneath his feet and his own natal magic weapon, and unleashed the ultimate transformation of the arrow formation. The arrow that shoots down the sun. A burst of golden light shot out and directly towards Chen Mobai, cracking the void wherever it passed. In midair, the Tushita fire and the sun-shooting arrow narrowly missed each other. When the Golden Wind ancestor saw this scene, his eyes widened in shock. His strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao was intended to force Chen Mobai to withdraw the Daoshuai fire, thus buying him time to unleash a powerful 5th-tier spell. Little did he know that Chen Mobai seemed to only care about his life. Are you planning to use your magical artifact and primordial chaos chi to withstand this head-on? Fine, you're asking for death. Old ancestor Jin Feng, who had just taken out a golden halberd forged from 5th Order Xuanjin, immediately changed his tactics upon seeing this scene. As the ultimate transformation of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's war formation, the sun-shooting arrow, combined with his natal magic weapon and the 2 great true energies of Golden Wind, has reached the power of the 5th rank. If you encounter the fire element of the Duyuo clan, you will be at a disadvantage due to its elemental weakness. However, this was also part of Jin Feng Laozu's plan. As long as that terrifying purple-blue flame wasn't there, he could use the 5th-tier golden halberd to unleash the sun-shooting divine halberd technique and deliver a fatal blow to Chen Mobai. After all, Jin Ji is more easily countered by fire. Chen Mobai's arrogant behavior has led Jin Feng Laozu to believe that the sun-shooting arrow can be used to end this great battle ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, he threw the golden halberd in his hand towards the Daoshuai fire to block it. Then, his eyes widened, and he unleashed his full divine sense, pushing the power of the sun-shooting arrow to its limit. A series of loud bangs. Faced with the attack from the 5th level, Tei Wanliu finally could not hold on any longer. After the layers of colorful smoke and mist were broken apart, Chen Mobai did not activate the Hunyuan True Qi as Jin Feng Laozu had expected. The enormous phantom wearing a white jade crown suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, Chen Mobai offered up the heavenly origin pearl he was holding in his left hand, which fell into the chest of his external avatar. The power of the 5 elements Dao weapon can perfectly control and activate this 5th-tier magic weapon. Instantly, a thin layer of multicolored spiritual light shone from the fingertips of the external avatar. A giant, multicolored index finger and a dazzling golden arrow collided in midair, before the eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides. Subsequently, the sun-shooting arrow, which had been given all hope by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, could no longer advance even half a step. And just like that, he was pinned in midair by a single index finger. End of this chapter. Chapter 824, Jin Feng Dies. Bonus chapter for 5,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 824, Jin Feng Dies. Bonus chapter for 5,000 monthly tickets. Upon witnessing this scene, the Golden Wind ancestor felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although he had initially suspected that the pearl was a 5th-tier magic artifact, the actual verification left him utterly devastated. However, at this point, he was already certain that this newly promoted nascent soul cultivator from the 5 Elements sect was definitely someone of great importance. He is said to be the holy son of the longevity cult. However, that sect had disappeared long ago, and after the one Yuan true monarch attained enlightenment, the secret realms and ruins left by the longevity sect in various parts of the eastern continent had basically been taken away by this ascended cultivator. Could they be from the Yuan Dao Palace? Suddenly, the Golden Wind ancestor realized this. After all, only the Holy Land in the eastern continent could afford such a feat. Moreover, that fifth-tier pearl, overflowing with 5 colors, was perfectly controlled and activated by the power of the 5 elements, clearly a magical artifact crafted by the One Yuan Dao Palace. Jinfeng Lao Zhu recalled the Beidou conference that had taken place not long ago. The current generation of the Yiyuan Dao Palace sent out a Dao child named Chen Qingdi. With the guarantee of the Jiyushan Dangmo sect, he exchanged the 3 lights divine water with the Xingxian Dao sect. He also has the surname Chen, and he has just reached the nascent soul stage. Could it be him? After realizing this, old ancestor Jinfeng's eyes widened suddenly. Just then, a wave of scorching hot air rushed towards us. Looking over, ancestor Jinfeng discovered that his golden halberd, forged from 5th grade Xuanjin, was colliding with the purplish-blue flame, and its surface began to melt into a golden liquid. What kind of flame is this? The Golden Wind ancestor was horrified when he saw this. The ability to melt 5th-order spiritual materials theoretically implies a 5th-order flame, but he didn't believe that Chen Mobai, a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator, could master such a flame. Could it be that he has obtained the inheritance of the burning heaven and purifying earth technique? In the history of the eastern continent, only the Taoist priest and saintess of this sacred land have ever experienced such a thing. At this moment, ancestor Jinfeng was glad that he had taken out the 5th-tier golden spear. Otherwise, he would probably have been burned to ashes by the purple-blue flames in the blink of an eye. Even so, it seems unlikely that it can last much longer. Just as he took out his last 5th-tier golden halberd with a pained expression, a cold, clear light, driven by a huge phantom wearing a white jade crown, slashed towards ancestor Jinfeng. The sun-shooting arrows of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which had exhausted all the cultivator's power, had completely dissipated and could not break through the defense of the heavenly origin pearl. The Golden Wind ancestor immediately waved the banner in his hand, and the dazzling light transformed into a golden crescent moon, colliding with the streaks of azure frost sword chi. In midair, the cold sword light grew stronger and stronger, while the golden light was no less impressive. The 2 magical artifacts flashed and collided continuously, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge even more wildly. Amidst the burst of intermingling blue and gold light, the myriad cultivators of the 5-element sect and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace each picked up spirit stones, continuously providing spiritual power to the war formation while restoring their own cultivation. One after another, golden arrows descended from the sky, but were blocked by the 5 enormous Dao soldier giants that had re-evolved. As time went on, the battle intensified. Whether it was Chen Mobai and Jin Feng Leiazu, or the 5-element sect and Xuanxiao Dao Palace, every clash of their battle formations and magical artifacts seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart and shake the mountains and rivers. However, since the 5-element sect's high-level cultivators held an absolute advantage, and ancestor Jin Feng had to concentrate on fighting Chen Mobai's main body and his avatar, he gradually became unable to oversee and command the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's battle formation. With a loud whooshing sound, Zhou Shenking rode his Jiamu Dao soldier into a formation of arrows, crushing the leader, a core formation cultivator from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, into pieces. Upon seeing this, the 20-odd flying boats that formed the battle formation immediately scattered. Some rushed into the 3 battle formations next to them, while most fled in all directions. Even with Xuan Guang Zhenren's best efforts to rally the remaining troops, he only managed to bring back 6 flying boats. Seeing this scene, he felt both angry and bitter. Sect leader, you should save your life for when you're still useful. At this moment, Xuan Yi, a core formation cultivator from another main formation, suddenly transmitted this message to him. Xu Guang was about to reprimand him after hearing this, but then he saw Jin Feng ancestor in midair, facing thousands of cold sword lights slashing rapidly on the golden bridge, teetering on the verge of collapse. He remembered the heavy responsibility he bore and made a decision. Junior brothers and sisters, merge your battle formation with mine. Without hesitation, the two remaining core formation cultivators from Xuanxiao Dao Palace merged their three-arrow formations into an even larger one, transforming it into a defensive golden shield battle formation. Take the Taoist book and the Jade Scroll. When the battle formation is broken by the five elements Taoist soldiers, take them and escape immediately. Don't go back to Mingjing Mountain. Head deep into the desolate ruins. If you're lucky, you might have a chance to survive. Xu Guang was very clear that they were no match for Zhou Shenking's five elements Dao soldiers. The reason they persisted was simply because they trusted ancestor Jin Feng, believing that the ancestor could kill the opponent, and then come to control the formation to annihilate the five elements Dao soldiers. However, the cultivation level and the number of magical artifacts possessed by Chen Gixian of the Five Elements sect far exceeded their expectations. It seems that our ancestor has been held back. At this rate, they simply won't last until then. Therefore, Xu Guang began to prepare a backup plan. As the head of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, his goal is second only to that of the Golden Wind ancestor. After the Golden Shield battle formation is broken, he will definitely be the primary target the enemy wants to kill. He only hoped to use his life to create an opportunity for Xu Yi and Xu Wo to take the inheritance with them. But as it turns out, this was nothing but wishful thinking. Zhou Shenking suffered a crushing defeat against the Golden Wind ancestor, but against the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which only had core formation cultivators as its main force, he had them completely under his control. The power of the Jiamu Daobing under his control was even greater than that of Chen Mobai. Although metal overcomes wood in the five elements theory, this elemental restraint is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot when faced with far greater power. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace's 3-in-1 defensive formation, which aimed to huddle and delay, was completely broken through by Zhou Shenking after only a short time, when faced with the powerful Jiamu Dao soldiers. The moment the Golden Shield battle formation was broken, the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, who had already received instructions from Xuangyuan Zhenren, immediately piloted the remaining dozens of flying boats and fled in all directions. Chase them down, don't let a single one escape. Zhou Shenking immediately directed the other 4 branches of the Five Elements sect to pursue and kill them, while he did not disarm himself. He turned his head to look at Chen Mobai and Jin Feng Leiazu, who were fighting, and gave the former support. Mo Duguang transformed into a sword light and charged towards Xu Guang Zhenren. Zhou Yi seemed to share the same idea, but his escape technique was not as fast as Mo Duguang's. Seeing him make his move, he changed direction and chased after another core formation female cultivator from Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The last core formation cultivator, Xu Wo, was stopped by Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang. The rest of Luo Yixuan and the others were not idle either. They each led the cultivators of the Five Elements sect to chase after the scattered flying boats. Fine, you forced me to do this. Jin Feng Patriarch naturally witnessed the fact that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's battle formation had been breached, and that the sect's 3,000 years of heritage had been destroyed in his hands, plunging him into madness and despair. It's unclear whether he used some secret technique or took some kind of secret medicine, but suddenly his aura more than doubled, and the golden banner in his hand suddenly burst out with a golden halo that spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever it passed, the myriad sword lights unleashed by the Azure Frost sword began to break and shatter. However, Chen Mobai remained calm and composed. On one hand, he had his avatar wield the Azure Frost sword to continue wearing down the Golden Wind ancestor, and on the other hand, he studied the Tei 5 smoke silk technique together, ready to unleash the full power of this defensive magic weapon at any time. The Daoshui fire was almost melting the golden halberd, and the connection between the purple lightning sword and him, which had been severed, was beginning to show signs of being reconnected. The Golden Wind ancestor's current state cannot last. As long as it drags on, he will become increasingly powerless. Therefore, faced with the opponent's sudden and overwhelming offensive, Chen Mobai decided to avoid their sharp edge. However, his reaction completely fell into the trap set by the Golden Wind ancestor. By feigning a frenzied and desperate act, Ancestor Jin Feng bought himself the opportunity to unleash the final sun-shooting divine spear technique. After a fierce collision, the golden flag in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp. Then, his nascent soul left his body, grabbed the flagpole, and swung it fiercely, swirling away the rapidly slashing Azure Frost sword. Chen Mobai instantly felt that the Azure Frost sword had also lost contact with him. He immediately had a bad feeling. But at this moment, the Xuanxiao golden armor on Ancestor Jin Feng's body suddenly detached and transformed into thousands of golden lights, which then wrapped around his external avatar. Chen Mobai wanted to control his external avatar, but found an invisible force of restraint that prevented him from moving. Golden lines coalesced in his pupils as he began to analyze everything on the battlefield, preparing to deal with the opponent's final counterattack. At this moment, the nascent soul of the Golden Wind ancestor, which had dimmed considerably, roared and landed on his last fifth-tier golden halberd. The dazzling golden light, like the first ray of light piercing through the darkness, was held by the Golden Wind ancestor's nascent soul and rushed to Chen Mobai's side in the blink of an eye. A clear, bright divine light swept over. It was the heavenly wood divine light that Zhou Shenking had activated with the Jia Wood Dao soldier, attempting to block the golden light, but it only managed to block it for a moment. Layers of colorful smoke rose up, transforming into hundreds of barriers that blocked the sun-shooting divine spear technique. However, it was broken and fragmented layer by layer. Chen Mobai felt that his pure yang true energy was only 20% left, and Jin Ji had already arrived in front of him. The nascent soul of the Golden Wind ancestor on it had become transparent, as illusory as a wisp of green smoke, obviously having poured all of his life essence into it. This is the foundation. Once it's used up, it can never be restored. The nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm are indeed very tenacious. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in admiration. When Jin Feng saw him nod, he was surprised and suspicious, but he couldn't care less about anything at this moment. Once he unleashed the sun-shooting divine halberd technique, even if he was able to kill Chen Mobai, his own nascent soul would not be able to be maintained and would soon dissipate. We are determined to perish together with the enemy. After breaking through the Tei-5 smoke garland, the golden light pierced into Chen Mobai's brow and sea of consciousness without any hindrance. Zhou Shenking exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene. The 5-element sect cultivators also widened their eyes and couldn't help but cover their mouths. But soon they cheered, because Chen Mobai, who was pierced by the golden light, was merely an illusion. Although the sun-shooting divine halberd technique was very fast, the 2 moments when it was blocked by Zhou Shenking's heavenly wood divine light and Tei-5 smoke silk were enough for Chen Mobai to perform void walking twice. The golden light pierced through the air, and its remaining force slammed heavily into the ground. Instantly, a golden beam of light shot into the sky, turning several mountain peaks into nothingness. Zhou Shenking immediately used his wood Dao soldier to block the aftershocks, preventing the cultivators of the 5-element sect from being caught in the blast. In midair, the Golden Wind ancestor, who had already used up his nascent soul, was completely aged and covered with wrinkles. He stared in disbelief at Chen Mobai, who had teleported to the other side but still didn't approach him. You are not Chen Qingdi of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, but someone from the Taixu Pio Male Palace. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head. Just as the Golden Wind ancestor was about to say something more, a purple light suddenly flashed. Amidst the splatter of blood, the purple lightning sword, which had broken free of its seal, had already severed his head. End of this chapter. Chapter 825, Slaughtering All. Chapter 825, Slaughtering All. Master, I have not failed you. After beheading the Golden Wind ancestor, the Purple Lightning Sword, feeling somewhat guilty, transmitted its voice to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai did not respond to him. Just as Zidiangian was filled with fear, Chen Mobai, riding the Tei-5 smoke silk, transformed into a cloud hand and took away the storage bag and golden banner from the corpse of Jin Feng Laozu. Then the Hayashan mirror flew over, and a large clump of yang fire descended, covering the decapitated body and the unseeing head of the Golden Wind ancestor. Seeing this, Zhou Shenqing looked relieved. He had just been planning to do the same thing, since there were still some strange demonic arts in the heavenly river realm that could bring the dead back to life. After cremation, the technique of corpse dissolution is no longer possible. The blazing yang fire of the great sun was burning fiercely, but the corpse of the Golden Wind ancestor faintly shimmered with golden patterns, resisting being reduced to ashes. This guy's Xuanjin body is something special. I'll lend my junior brother a hand. Eager to completely destroy his opponent, Zhou Shenqing immediately unleashed his longevity true qi, channeling it onto the great sun yang fire. Instantly, the fire intensified, and the golden patterns on the corpse began to dim one by one. After a while, cracks began to appear in the Golden Wind ancestor's Xuanjin Dharma body, and finally, with a loud bang, it turned into countless fragments. Golden flames rose, turning everything to ashes and dissipating into the sky. Zhou Shenqing looked satisfied after doing all this. Junior brother, with the death of ancestor Jin Feng, Xuanxiao Dao Palace is now open to us. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded, understanding the meaning behind his words. I would appreciate it if you could lead the wood cultivator army to the eastern barbarians to control the situation and prevent the greatest gains from being taken by the locals. Then I'll trouble you, junior brother, to stay here and clean up the mess. Zhou Shenqing immediately took account of the 2,000 cultivators from the 5-element sect waiting below. These were the ones who had just manifested the wood armor Dao soldiers and were considered the direct descendants of their wood lineage. With his nascent soul realm and the addition of the wood-type Dao soldiers, using them to suppress the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which no longer had high-level cultivators, was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Not far away, Mo Duguang's longevity sword streaked across the sky like a golden meteor, its speed so great that Xuanguang Zhenren could barely track its trajectory. As the head of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, true person Xuanguang was also a late-stage core formation cultivator. Although he knew he was no match for him, his fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. He channeled all his spiritual energy, activating a golden bell that transformed into golden light shields in an attempt to block Mo Duguang's fierce attacks. The two fought like lightning and thunder, each collision causing fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. Mo Duguang's swordsmanship was incomparably sharp, with each strike containing the power to pierce through the air, while Xuanguang Zhenren withstood it with his rock-solid defense and profound spiritual power. However, as time went on, the disadvantage of Xuanguang Zhenren's slightly lower cultivation level became apparent, and the Golden Bell defensive shield gradually showed flaws. However, this flaw only appeared for a moment before disappearing. If it were another opponent, even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity. But Mo Duguang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and on the second attempt, he immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing the speed of the sword fiend thunder sound, and the longevity sword pierced into it in an instant. Master Xuanguang felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, and his arm, along with the golden bell he was holding, was ripped off. Immediately afterwards, Mo Duguang unleashed a series of sword strikes, raining down on Xuanguang Zhenren like a storm. Finally, with a scream, Xuanguang Zhenren was cleaved into 8 pieces by the longevity sword, his body falling from midair in fragments, utterly dead. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhou Yi and Xuan Yi was also coming to an end. Xuan Yi was also in the late stage of core formation and possessed a 4th-tier magic robe as her natal magic weapon, so she could sustain herself for a longer time than Xuanguang Zhenren. Of course, this was also mainly because Zhou Yi did not go all out. He was a cautious person, and after the fight he mainly used his own main cultivation method, the Earth True method, to test the opponent. Even so, the heavy hammer he wielded seemed to contain the power to shatter mountains and split rocks with each strike, causing the void to tremble. Even though Master Xuanyi had great confidence in his natal magic weapon, he still prioritized dodging when faced with such power. She seemed to have mastered the golden light escape technique to a high level, making her exceptionally agile and always able to dodge Zhou Yi's heavy hammer. However, because her cultivation level was not as high, the speed of the golden light escape technique began to slow down after her spiritual power declined. Left with no other choice, she could only take the blow with her robes. A muffled thud. If it weren't for the fact that the fourth-tier robe is indeed extraordinary, the black robe would already be falling apart. Even so, she felt her blood surging, and her body began to ache. At that moment, she saw Xuan Guang Zhenren being torn into 8 pieces by Mo Duguang, and her heart trembled instantly. She then surrendered. Senior brother, Xuanxiao Dao Palace has 30,000 mu of medicinal fields in Dongyi. If you let me go, I am willing to go back, open the great formation and offer them all up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he raised the heavy hammer magic weapon once again. The order given by the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the 5 Elements sect was to annihilate the invading cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Zhou Yi was well aware of his role. He simply needed to do what he was told. Even if recruiting the person before him was a great achievement, he wouldn't accept it. The main character is a junior brother who listens to the sect leader. Seeing the heavy hammer hurtling towards him again, Xuanyi gritted his teeth and could only continue to retreat and dodge. During the battle, Zhou Yi gradually gained the upper hand. He used his Earth True technique to force his opponent into a situation where he had no choice but to take his heavy blows. The Xuanyi Zhenren could only go all out and activate his natal magic weapon to deal with the situation. But this time, as the hammer slammed down, 5-colored light flashed. This is Zhou Yi's primordial chaos true qi. The hammer struck the Xuanyi Zhenren's shoulder, and the primordial chaos true qi instantly broke through the defense of the robe, invading her meridians. At the same time, the enormous force slammed her heavily onto the ground. Xuanyi Zhenren struggled to activate her spiritual power to use the golden light escape technique to change direction. But after the primordial true qi entered her body, her spiritual power was completely out of control. After a loud crash, she slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Fortunately, thanks to the robes, his body was barely kept intact. But Zhou Yi remained expressionless in midair, once again activating his heavy hammer and smashing it down on her. Bang, bang, bang. After being struck more than a dozen times, Xuanyi was completely turned into a pile of minced meat. A fine magical artifact. I can take it back to Green Pearl. Zhou Yi flew into the deep pit, picked up Xuanyi's storage bag, and saw the robe containing meat paste, which remained undamaged even after being hit more than a dozen times. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He picked up his robe again, shook off all the meat sauce, rinsed it several times with clean water, and then put it into his storage bag. In the Heavenly River realm, there's a rule that after a sect cultivator defeats their opponent, they can take the opponent's magical artifacts and storage bags as their spoils. It is precisely for this reason that, although the cultivators of the sects in the Heavenly River realm all know that the war is very brutal, there are many cultivators who want to advance further and are very eager to do so. Because only during times of war can more resources be accumulated, they regard war as a ladder for their advancement. On the other side, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang faced off against Xuanwo. Xuanwo's strength should not be underestimated, but even in a 2-on-1 situation, they still managed to maintain control of the situation. But during the fight, Xuanwo suddenly pulled out a Heaven Escape talisman from his sleeve. With a flash of light, his figure instantly became ethereal. Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang were shocked to see this and hurriedly tried to stop them, but they were unable to break through the defense formed by the escape talisman in a short time. Xuanwo's figure completely disappeared in the light of the runes, leaving only a wisp of her robe fluttering in the wind. "They escaped," Sheng Jiaxi said with a gloomy expression. Nujiang frowned slightly, just as he was thinking about how to apologize to his junior brother, the sect leader, when a silver light shone in the sky not far away. Then a flash of blood appeared, and Xuanwo, who had just disappeared, suddenly screamed and fell out of the void. Upon seeing this, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang were overjoyed and immediately used their magical artifacts to surround them. This time they dared not be careless and went all out, quickly killing Xuanwo as well. However, this was mainly because Xuanwo had been knocked out of the void by Chen Mobai and was already seriously injured. At the start of the war, Chen Mobai expanded his domain to cover this area. After all, the people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace had used the escape talisman to escape several times before, which left a deep impression on him. His domain can be transformed into a netherworld array. Once it is deployed and covers the area, even if someone from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace uses a heaven escape talisman, they will need to escape from his domain first. Once he senses it, he can use the void blade to strike the fleeing person at any time within the boundary. I initially thought I was overthinking things. I never expected that I would actually need to use it in the end. Junior brother sect leader, please look at this. At this moment, Zhou Yi flew over and handed a jade scroll to Chen Mobai, which he had taken out from Xuan's storage bag. Even if he concealed it, Chen Mobai wouldn't know, but Zhou Yi knew he was currently under observation, so although he was shocked after reading it, he still handed it in. The jade book is a light emerald green, made of warm and lustrous jade, and shimmers with a mysterious luster, like a pool of spring water. Chen Mobai took it and found that the jade book was hard and brittle. When he gently turned it open, it made a clear and melodious sound, like heavenly music. Each piece of the jade book was as smooth as a mirror, and the characters on it were an incomprehensible golden rune. The strokes were smooth and undulating like waves, revealing an elegant beauty. Although he couldn't understand it, Chen Mobai could feel the transcendent spirit revealed in the handwriting. All the written records of the 5 Elements sect had long been scanned by Chen Mobai and stored in the heavenly calculation bead. He used the square-inch book to search for keywords such as jade book and golden runes. They quickly found one possibility, which surprised them greatly. This is a celestial jade slip. End of this chapter. Chapter 826, Immortal Book Jade Slip. Chapter 826, Immortal Book Jade Slip. Many of the immortal books and jade slips were left behind by ascended cultivators. It could be any of the myriad arts of immortal cultivation, such as alchemy, array formations, and weapon crafting, or it could be any of the Taoist magic and immortal techniques. In any case, it is something that all the major sects in the Heavenly River realm dream of. The Star Heaven Tao sect, relying on the 3 lights divine water that it comprehended from the immortal books and jade slips, quietly developed for 1,000 years before leaping to become a super sect in the Eastern continent, second only to the Holy Land. Judging from the origins of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, this scroll of immortal jade slips is almost certainly a legacy of alchemy. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. After developing for more than 3,000 years, they were wiped out by the 5 Elements sect. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai lost interest. After all, he had already downloaded countless pill formulas from the immortal sect. Although Xuanxiao Dao Palace was known as the #1 alchemy sect in Dongyi, it was certainly not as advanced as the immortal sect's thousands of years of accumulation. However, it's better than nothing, and I can give it to Qingnu as a gift when I get back. Just as Chen Mobai was about to put away the immortal book and jade slip, the Fangkun book suddenly retrieved a crucial piece of information. If it's a pill formula left behind by an ascended cultivator, then it must be of a high grade. Although the immortal sect has countless low-level pill formulas that can cover all aspects of essence, energy, and spirit from the qi refining stage to the core formation stage, those above the 4th level are extremely rare. Because many 4th and 5th tier medicinal herbs in the entire immortal sect are basically unique specimens. Once it's used up, it's gone. Given the lack of materials, research on high-level elixirs is naturally scarce. Furthermore, there are very few pills on the market that can help one reach the nascent soul stage. If only I could get some pills that would help me reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai wasn't worried about minor realm advancements, but he feared being stuck before reaching the nascent soul stage. With that thought in mind, he raised the immortal jade slip in his hand, then sent his divine sense out of his body to begin comprehending it. After a moment, he frowned and put down the jade book in his hand. No matter how hard he tried, the golden runes were like a bottomless ocean, deep, mysterious, and elusive. It seemed to be a very high-level script. This is a bit tricky. After all, given the prevailing customs in the Heavenly River realm, immortal books and jade slips are definitely not to be shared with others. And those who can decipher these golden runes are undoubtedly either holy lands or ancient sects like the Star Heaven Dao sect. Although Chen Mobai had a good impression of Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, he dared not gamble that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect were all good people, in case the content passed down on them was extremely valuable. Let's try to collect the contents of these golden runes in the future and decipher them slowly. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiang flew over in a hurry, the former holding an ancient Taoist book tightly in his hand. Their faces showed a mixture of surprise and delight, as if they were presenting Chen Mobai with an incomparably precious treasure. "Sect leader, look at this!" Sheng Jiaxi shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement. Chen Mobai looked at the Taoist book in her hand, recalled the legend of the Xuanxiao Taoist palace's origins, and with a thought, immediately took it. The cover was engraved with several ancient seal characters, simplified explanation of the immortal book. Upon opening the Taoist book, Chen Mobai was immediately captivated by its contents. This contains the interpretation of the immortal jade slip in his hand, as well as its origin. After reading through all the contents, Chen Mobai's heart began to race. It records 13 fourth-order pill formulas and 3 fifth-order pill formulas. The 13 fourth-tier pill formulas are not the main purpose. They are primarily used to enhance the essence, qi, and spirit of nascent soul cultivators. Theoretically, these fourth-tier pills can elevate a nascent soul cultivator from the early stage to the nascent soul perfection stage. Chen Mobai was able to compile a complete set of these pill formulas by picking and choosing among the immortal sects. However, when the pill formulas from the immortal sects are brought here, they still need to be localized, since some medicinal materials may not be available in the Heavenly River realm. Although we now have Qing Nu, she has only just formed her core, so modifying the fourth-order pill formula is still very difficult for her. If she had these pill formulas, she could use the techniques and methods of the immortal sects to refine them, saving a lot of time. However, what surprised Chen Mobai the most were the 3 fifth-order pill formulas. They are respectively named Tei Yisheng Shui, Tei Hua Shui, and Tei He Shui. According to Taoist texts, Tei is the origin of all things and phenomena existing before water and then generating water. Water, in turn, assists Tei, thereby generating heaven and earth, deities, yin and yang, the 4 seasons, and so on. This process is like the creation of water by the universe, the beginning of heaven and earth. After taking the 3 types of pills, cultivators who possess water attribute techniques can experience the mysterious process of the world's continuous generation and development, and the origin and evolution of all life. It can help with the transformation into a divine being. After reading it, Chen Mobai felt both surprised and sad. Because his pure yang scroll has nothing to do with the water attribute, even if he successfully refines the 3 types of Tei pills, it will not help him reach the nascent soul stage. But he quickly put aside his disappointment because King Nu could use it. With this, coupled with the hope of transforming fetal essence into spirit, the chances of Qing Nu transforming into a deity are extremely high. Besides Qing Nu, the daughters from the immortal sects, Yan Bingxuan and Meng Huinger, are also related to the water element. Moreover, he possesses primordial true qi, which he might be able to utilize in the future to enhance the efficacy of the 3 types of Tei pills, making them useful to him as well. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that the destruction of Xuanxiao Dao Palace had already yielded enormous gains, just from this Taoist book and jade scroll. He closed the Taoist book and saw 5 more characters in the corner on the back. Yu Chan, the Jellyfish Palace. This must be the cultivator who left behind this book and jade scroll. The immortal book and jade slip actually came from the Jellyfish Palace. Chen Mobai was even more surprised when he saw this, but then he suddenly realized what was going on. The Jellyfish Palace is known to everyone in the Celestial River realm, because it is the legacy left by the jellyfish that created the Heavenly River realm, located in the deepest part of the Heavenly Sea, with profound heritage. It is the undisputed leader of this realm from the beginning of creation to the present day. After the spiritual energy in the Heavenly River realm underwent a major change, only those at the peak of the nascent soul stage could remain. Within a single day, 3 powerful beings from the Jellyfish Palace ascended to immortality, causing fear among all the Holy Lands. Although the Jellyfish Palace is located deep in the Heavenly Sea, it is recognized as the #1 power in the Heavenly River realm, and no one dares to provoke it. No wonder these pills are specifically for water attribute cultivators. Yu Chan, who left behind this book, an explanation of the immortal book, should be a descendant of the Water Mother Palace. It is unknown why she came to Xuanhai and brought the original jade slip of the immortal book. Could it have been stolen? Following the local custom, Chen Mobai suddenly thought of this possibility. And the more I think about it, the more I believe that's probably the case. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, looked up at Sheng Jiaxi and the others beside him, and instructed them. This Taoist book and jade scroll are extremely precious. In the future, they may become the key to our sect's rise and advancement to a holy land, just like the 3 lights divine water and the star heaven Tao sect. Please do not tell others about this. Sheng Jiaxi and the others immediately nodded solemnly. With the destruction of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the 5 Elements sect had a bright future in the foreseeable future, and they all hoped that the sect would become even greater and stronger. This is a great achievement, and I will remember the 3 of you for your contributions. Chen Mobai then solemnly said to the 3 of them that, according to the rules here, they could have kept both the Taoist book and the jade scroll for themselves, but they had given them to him instead. If Qingnu is able to become a deity in the future, she should remember the kindness shown to her 3 friends. Sheng Jiaxi and Nuzheng smiled and waved their hands to indicate that it was only right. Hearing this, Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Sect leader, this is what we should do. Chen Mobai has an excellent reputation in the eastern wilderness. With these words, his probationary period can be considered over. I hope to get the Nascent Soul Experience book soon. As Zhou Yi was thinking this, Chen Mobai had already begun to impatiently mobilize his troops. This book of Taoist scriptures has been in the Xuanxiao Taoist Palace for so many years, and there may still be traces of its written form in Mingjing Mountain. According to local custom, after a sect is destroyed, the most sought-after items are things like inheritance books. Perhaps some cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace stole a few volumes before the 5 Elements sect army arrived and ran away. To avoid this situation, Chen Mobai needs to take over Mingjing Mountain as quickly as possible. Although Zhou Shenking has already passed away, if the people left behind by Xuanxiao Dao Palace fight to the death, the 4th Order Grand Formation can still hold them off for a while. Chen Mobai, who possesses the ability to walk through the void, decided to personally take action to prevent the worst-case scenario from occurring. Senior Brother Nujiang, Senior Sister Sheng, I'd like to trouble you 2 to stay here and clean up the battlefield. Kill all the Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators who have the backbone. Those who are willing to submit and are placed under restrictions can be spared. They can be taken to the eastern wilderness to mine and plant trees as laborers, or formed into the Xuanxiao criminal army to lead them in developing the wasteland. If they perform meritorious service in the future, they can be granted their freedom. Before leaving, Chen Mobai left behind some general directions, and the 2 men from Nujiang immediately nodded in agreement. Senior Brother Zhou and Senior Brother Mo, come with me. Chen Mobai then spoke to Zhou Yi in front of him and Mo Duguang, who had been silent beside him. Zhou Yi muttered to himself, but his face showed surprise, as if he was very happy to be able to go on the expedition with his junior brother, the sect leader, again. Soon, 4,000 cultivators from the Five Elements sect were gathered together. Master Luo Yixuan, who was chasing after the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, was among them. On the other hand, Yin Qingmei, because she was of the wood element, was taken away by Zhou Shenking. Okay, stay with me, don't stray too far. Chen Mobai nodded slightly to Luo Yixuan. This disciple was of the water attribute. Together with Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi, they would be able to form another group of core formation cultivators with the five elements when they arrived there, and joined forces with Zhou Shenking. These 4,000 disciples of the Five Elements sect are cultivators from the other four branches besides the wood branch. Once they arrive in the eastern barbarian lands, they can wield the Five Elements Dao weapons. This way, even if the White Crow ancestor gets wind of it and comes to take advantage of the situation, they will have another trump card. Before sending troops, Chen Mobai considered the worst-case scenario. End of this chapter. Chapter 827, Breaking Through the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, bonus chapter for 6,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 827, Breaking Through the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, bonus chapter for 6,000 monthly tickets. Chen Mobai sent Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi to lead 4,005 element sect cultivators, while he himself took Luo Yixuan and headed towards Dangyi. Tei Liu, like a five-colored stream of light, carried the master and disciple through the desolate ruins at an incredibly fast speed. Soon, they caught up with the Five Elements Wood Vein army that had gone ahead. As Zhou Shenking was leading the group forward, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind. He immediately stopped and turned around to prepare for battle. Seeing the familiar colorful clouds on the horizon, and Chen Mobai and his apprentice above them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, after Zhou Yi and the others killed the core formation cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they discovered something. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking flew to a high altitude and told him about the immortal book and jade slip. The latter was also very surprised after hearing it and immediately understood why he had rushed over. After discussing it, the two quickly decided on a battle plan to capture Mingjing Mountain as quickly as possible, without letting anyone escape. However, a major sect like Xuanxiao Dao Palace must also have something similar to the Soul Lamp. The news of the deaths of ancestor Jinfeng and the others must have already been known to Mingjing Mountain. Perhaps some of them are already dividing up the family property and running away. Chen Mobai then voiced the worst-case scenario, to which there was nothing he could do but hope that the person in charge of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace who remained at Mingjing Mountain could keep the situation under control and prevent the palace from falling apart before their army arrived. I left Zhou Wangshan and the others there. After you get there, you can ask them about the situation first. Zhou Shenking explained his arrangements, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement before leading Luo Yixuan towards Dangyi. Soon, the master and his apprentice arrived at Mingjing Mountain. A message talisman was sent, and Zhou Wangshan and his group, who were hiding not far away, immediately came over. Upon their arrival, the group was astonished to see Chen Mobai. Greetings, sect leader. Chen Mobai nodded, and then inquired about the current situation at Mingjing Mountain. The news is good. Ever since ancestor Jinfeng led the army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace on their journey, Mingjing Mountain has been peaceful and tranquil. I'll go in first and destroy the teleportation array inside. Xuaner will stay here and lead them to block the exit from Mingjing Mountain. We must not let a single person from Xuanxiao Dao Palace escape. Chen Mobai briefly explained his plan, and Luo Yixuan and Zhou Wangshan immediately nodded in agreement. With his current cultivation level, if he uses the Void Walk technique to enter the fourth-order grand formation of Mingjing Mountain, although there will be some fluctuations, he will not be discovered by anyone after timely concealment. The array master in charge of the array sent people to check, but they only considered it to be a normal fluctuation in the array. Chen Mobai used the blinding the eyes technique to walk openly into Mingjing Mountain, unnoticed by everyone. He quickly traversed the area covered by the Great Array, listening to the fluctuations in the void with the sound of the empty valley, and soon found 6 teleportation arrays. Of these, 3 are publicly known, while the other 3 are hidden. Moreover, these 3 hidden teleportation arrays were actually all places where Xuanxiao Dao Palace stored its treasures. There was a pile of high-grade spirit stones. Chen Mobai roughly counted them and found that there were tens of thousands of them, which directly fulfilled his small goal. It can only be said that they are indeed the #1 alchemy sect in Dongyi, with abundant financial resources. The only pity is that there are no top-grade spirit stones. Chen Mobai readily accepted these into his own domain. He then condensed a void blade and severed a crucial node in the teleportation array. This sophisticated array will cease to function if even one node is destroyed. That's why the Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace offers after-sales service after selling teleportation arrays. The second hidden teleportation array was located in a place filled with various rare minerals and 5 elemental refined metals, many of which were of 4th-tier quality, much to Chen Mobai's delight. With these, he could upgrade his Morning Bell and Hayashin Mirror to the 4th-tier superior grade in the shortest possible time. Even the Azure Frost Sword can find suitable minerals within it and replace some of its own flawed materials. On the contrary, since Purple Lightning has already been upgraded to the 5th tier, these materials are of no use to it. However, the 5th-order Xuanjin that Chen Mobai obtained from his previous battle with Ancestor Jinfeng was very useful to Zidian. Chen Mobai planned to give it a portion, and then divide the rest equally among his other magical artifacts. With 5th-tier materials as the core, it will be much easier to upgrade the Hayashin Mirror Morning Bell Azure Frost Sword to the 5th tier in the future. The location of the 3rd hidden teleportation array is naturally where a large number of books and jade scrolls are located. This is clearly the place where the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's lineage is located. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and destroyed all the teleportation arrays. Soon after, the people of Xuanxiao Dao Palace discovered this. Many disciples began to stir, but the elderly foundation establishment cultivator guarding the place was indeed very capable. After killing a few disciples who stood out, he quickly stabilized the situation. He then sent people to repair the teleportation array. However, the array master who was repairing the array was found dead inside the array the next day. An eerie atmosphere permeated Mingjing Mountain. Under the suppression of the foundation establishment cultivators, the disciples below dared not say anything, but at night, some people were already trying to sneak away. But with Luo Yixuan and the others waiting outside, all those who tried to escape were turned into corpses. After discovering this, the foundation establishment cultivators left behind at Xuanxiao Dao Palace began to disagree, because they all knew that the ancestor's soul lamp had been shattered, and most of them wanted to take the opportunity to divide the family property and escape. However, when they opened the secret storeroom, they found it was completely empty. They wanted to retrieve the inheritance from the library, but found the shelves completely empty. Upon witnessing this scene, the foundation establishment cultivators who remained to guard the situation also knew that the enemy had entered Mingjing Mountain. After discussing it, they decided that the 5 element sects army should not have arrived yet, and this was their last chance to escape. However, there are still quite a few die-hard supporters who disagree. After arguing for a while, they didn't stop them from leaving. Of course, before leaving, since there were no spirit stones or minerals to share, they decided to take some precious medicinal herbs from the herb field. Once you take one, greed takes hold and you want to dig up even more. Subsequently, Zhou Shenking led the 5 element sect army to silently surround Mingjing Mountain one night. If the 4th Order Grand Formation hadn't been fully activated after Ancestor Jin Feng left, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace would probably have been crushed by the 5 element sect army in an instant. Chen Mobai stood at the highest point of Mingjing Mountain and arrived at the stone house where the Golden Wind ancestor cultivated. This is clearly the place where the spiritual vein is most abundant, reaching the 5th level. However, this is only true within this small stone house. Chen Mobai was holding a book and reading it. It was a book about the history of Mingjing Mountain, which was in the library of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. This place was originally a 5th-grade low-level spiritual vein, belonging to the Mingjing Sword sect. After the Xuanxiao Dao Palace was captured, 12,000 acres of medicinal fields were opened up from the 5th-order spiritual vein, including medicinal fields from the 1st to the 4th order, which supported thousands of different kinds of medicinal herbs. In addition to the Mingjing Mountain medicinal herb fields, Xuanxiao Dao Palace has also cultivated another 18,000 mu of medicinal herb fields within its sphere of influence. These 30,000 mu of medicinal fields, with nearly 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, are the foundation upon which they stand tall in Dongyi and are known as a major alchemy school. Mingjing Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, with beautiful scenery and endless medicinal fields, making it a sacred place for cultivation. It should belong to the 5 Elements sect. After reading it, this sentence came to Chen Mobai's mind. At that moment, sounds of fighting came from below. At the foot of the mountain, a fierce battle was raging. Zhou Shenking was leading the wood vein cultivators to attack the 4th order formation, presided over by the remaining cultivators of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Mobai moved swiftly and disappeared from the mountaintop. Under the echoing sound of the empty valley, he quickly found the location of the spiritual core of the great formation. 12 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage sat here, manipulating array plates, array flags, and so on. Under the command of the elderly array master at the head, they did their utmost to unleash the power of the 4th order golden light array, trying to block the 5 Elements sect army outside as much as possible. Chen Mobai's appearance immediately attracted their attention. Who is it? There were other foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace guarding the area, and upon seeing Chen Mobai, this stranger, they immediately attacked him with their magical weapons. Faced with these opponents, Chen Mobai only took out his Yuan Yang sword. The orange-red light shone brightly, like a rainbow or a swimming dragon, and with a single sword strike, it cleaved the 20 foundation establishment cultivators guarding the main formation in two. These cultivators were basically survivors who had failed to form their core. Those who have reached the core formation stage must be the most direct descendants of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which is why they are putting up such a stubborn resistance here. It can only be said that Xuanxiao Dao Palace truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 alchemy sect in Dongyi, as it has managed to accumulate so many cultivators who have failed to form their core. As Chen Mobai withdrew his Yuan Yang sword, all the main array cultivators perished, and the originally sturdy array collapsed instantly. Zhou Shenking immediately led the disciples of the 5 Elements sect to rush in and suppress the Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators who were still resisting at various array nodes. Chen Mobai's gaze swept around, and he quickly discovered several places where the aftershocks were still lingering. Some disciples of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace were also hiding in the shadows, seemingly preparing for a final counterattack. But all of this was in vain. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace, lacking any high-level cultivators, was like a lamb to the slaughter in front of the 5 Elements sect. Xuaner Kingmei, you too lead a group of disciples to protect those high-level medicinal herb fields. Chen Mobai's voice reached the ears of Luo Yixuan and Yin Kingmei, who immediately obeyed the order, and each led 100 people toward the 4th-tier medicinal field of Mingjing Mountain. All the medicinal herbs planted there are 4th grade, the most precious treasures accumulated by Xuanxiao Dao Palace over 3,000 years. There is no room for error. However, the battle ended quickly. It wasn't even dawn yet. The disciples of Xuanxiao Dao Palace who resisted were basically killed by their own people, and then they came out to surrender to the 5 Elements sect. Chen Mobai didn't like to commit too many killings, so he had Fu Zhangju lead a group of people to guard the surrendered cultivators. Then, cultivators from the 5 Elements sect flooded into various parts of Mingjing Mountain, taking over all the resources of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The precious medicinal herbs in the medicinal fields were carefully harvested, and the treasures and elixirs in the warehouses of various departments were inventoried one by one. Every book, no matter what it contained, was collected by the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking stood atop the mountain, looking down at everything, and smiled at each other. They knew that the Five Elements sect's victory here would lay a solid foundation for the sect's future. End of this chapter. Chapter 828, The White Crow Ancestors' Response. Chapter 828, The White Crow Ancestors' Response. Golden Crow, Immortal City. Ancestor Beiwu sat in the main hall, holding a communication jade slip in his hand, his expression solemn. The news in the jade slip exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace had been destroyed, and two nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect had made their moves in this great battle. Needless to say, Ancestor Jin Feng also died at the hands of the Five Elements sect. His tactic of driving away wolves to devour tigers actually brought forth a tiger that had crossed the mountain. Although the news has not yet spread, it will soon unleash a bloodbath in Dongyi. After all, the destruction of Xuanxiao Dao Palace means that the power structure of Dongyi will be reshuffled, both at the top and the bottom. Old Ancestor Beiwu took a deep breath, trying his best to calm his mind. Overall, this matter has both advantages and disadvantages for Yu Raihai. After all, in the past, the Dongyi's power structure was divided equally among the three major factions. But now that Ancestor Jinfeng is dead, and it's uncertain whether Mukin and Kuzhu can return, those large mines are now under the control of Yu Rihai. For example, at Dujiu Mountain, where the three factions of Dongyi are divided, there is a large spirit stone mine. In the core area of the mine, any shovelful will yield high-grade spirit stones, and occasionally even the finest spirit stones. That place originally belonged to Kongseng Valley, but when Yu Raihai and Xuanxiao Dao Palace learned of this, they certainly wouldn't allow Kongseng Valley to enjoy it alone. So when the large spirit stone mine was discovered, Ancestor Jin Feng and Ancestor Bai Wu led their disciples out in full force, pushing their territory to Dujiu Mountain and demanding a third of it. From then on, Mount Tokyugi became the dividing center of the three factions. Notify Su Yingsheng to collect all the spirit stones mined from Dujiu Mountain this month, and leave none for Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Assign him all the geomancers in the sect, and try to empty the core mining area as quickly as possible. As soon as the White Crow Ancestor finished speaking, Zhu Yun immediately nodded and sent a message talisman. Inside the main hall, almost all the core formation cultivators from the Sun-Bathing Sea and Golden Crow Immortal City were present. Su Yingsheng, the second disciple of White Crow Ancestor, was sent to guard Dujiu Mountain. Previously, the area was jointly managed by three factions. When Kongseng Valley was besieged by Yu Raihai and Xuanxiao Dao Palace, it naturally lost the right to share the spoils. Now, Xuanxiao Dao Palace is gone too. Ancestor Beiwu believed that once the Five Elements sect learned of this matter, they would definitely send someone to demand to inherit the portion of the profits from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Faced with a force that has two nascent soul cultivators in charge, the Sun-Bathing Sea will eventually have to compromise. However, before that, he can maximize his own interests. After giving the instructions, the White Crow Ancestor regained his composure. Master, since Chen Gixian has formed his nascent soul, it is clear that my guess was correct. At this moment, Zhu Yun, who had also read the information in the jade slip, spoke up. Her guess was that Chen Gixian was Chen Qingdi, the Taoist disciple of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. As expected, he revealed his identity in order to form his nascent soul and obtain the Three Lights Divine Water with the help of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. But incredibly, he actually succeeded in forming his nascent soul. Zhu Yun frowned slightly at the thought that even with the Three Lights Divine Water, she had still failed once. This meant that her talent and foundation were inferior to Chen Qingdi's. Unfortunately, if I had been able to stop him in the Golden Crow Immortal City back then, I might have been the one to form my nascent soul. Thinking this way, Zhu Yun felt even more agitated. I felt like I had missed the biggest opportunity to change my life. Compared to her, the White Crow ancestor was thinking much more. More than 100 years ago, the Yiyuan Dao Palace suffered a great loss of face. In full view of everyone, the Taoist master was killed and the holy maiden was abducted. It seems that they learned from their previous mistakes and waited until the Tao child was about to form his nascent soul before letting Chen Qingdi reveal himself. Moreover, it was placed in a secluded courtyard of the Five Elements sect in the remote eastern wilderness, avoiding the turmoil of the eastern lands and the attention of the demonic path. And as it turns out, the move by Yiyuan Daegong was the right one. I wonder if Li Yonggil being driven out of the east was part of this plan. When Ancestor Beiwu and Ancestor Hunyuan became friends, the latter vowed that once he achieved great success in his cultivation, he would definitely return to the eastern land and smash down the gate of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. However, the Five Elements sect should not be treated as a mere nascent soul sect in the countryside of the eastern wilderness. It should be regarded as a direct branch of one of the four great holy lands of the eastern land. This news is undoubtedly bad news for Yu Raihai. After assessing the strength and background of the Five Elements sect, the White Crow ancestor had already decided that they should not be considered enemies for the time being. That's why he asked Su Yingsheng to take advantage of the turmoil during the Five Elements sect's takeover of Xuanxiao Dao Palace's territory to mine as many large spirit stone mines as possible. Master, there is one more thing. At this moment, Zhu Yun remembered a member of the Five Elements sect who was imprisoned in the Sunbathing Sea prison. He was Chu Zuoshu, whom she had captured in order to find Chen Qingdi's whereabouts. This matter will definitely offend the Five Elements sect. To prevent the news from leaking, we might as well kill him. After Zhu Yun finished speaking, her beautiful face turned cold, and she made a suggestion. After hearing this, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the White Crow ancestor. Now that he has all the information he has, he can basically conclude that the leader of the Five Elements sect is Chen Qingdi, the Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Judging from his cultivation speed and terrifying battle record, he is probably no less than Yi Qing. Once he learns of Chu Zuoshu's affair, he will certainly not let it go, for the sake of the Holy Land's reputation. Therefore, Zhu Yun's suggestion is very correct in this respect. But the White Crow ancestor had a much deeper vision. Chu Zuoshu disappeared in their Golden Crow immortal city in the Sun-bathing sea. They were the prime suspects, and the timing of his disappearance coincided with Chen Qingdi obtaining the Three Lights divine water and passing through the area on his way back from the Star Heaven Dao sect. Chu Zuoshu definitely left a soul lamp in the Five Elements sect. Now that the Five Elements sect has just broken through the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, if he died from the broken soul lamp, it would be too obvious to hide the traces. In addition, Zhu Yun's sealing of the teleportation array and his extensive search of various merchant guilds could not be kept secret from those who were interested. When all this information is combined, isn't it clearly telling Chen Qingdi that Chu Zuoshu died at the hands of their Yu Raihai? Release Chu Zuoshu and send someone to personally escort him to the Five Elements sect. I will also write a letter of apology and send it to Yiyuan Daozi at the same time. After pondering for a moment, the White Crow ancestor uttered a sentence that made Zhu Yun's eyes widen. Even though she was the eldest disciple and a concubine, the White Crow ancestor's authority in the Bathing Sun Sea was not to be questioned. So, since he had said so, she could only reluctantly nod in agreement. The rise of the Five Elements sect is something we can no longer ignore. I suspect that the reason why the One Yuan Dao Palace placed Chen Qingdi in the eastern wilderness was to seize the initiative when the major sects in the eastern land were to open up new frontiers later. As a fire-type true spirit, even its fur is a rare treasure to the five lineages of burning heaven. When the Holy Land takes its inner core and essence to refine the true spirit pill of sainthood, we should also try to take advantage of our location to get a share of the scraps. Before that, the Bathing Sun Sea must preserve its strength, because opening up the wasteland will definitely result in many deaths. Although we have some misunderstandings with the Five Elements sect, we did not send people to the eastern wilderness to attack like the Xuanxiao Dao Palace did, so there is no irreconcilable hatred between us. If we kill Chu Zuoshu, we will be actively making an enemy. No matter how secretly we do it, there are countless extraordinary skills and secret techniques in the Tian realm, and there is always a possibility of being exposed. Now send someone to deliver Chu Zuoshu over. I am good friends with the Hunyuan ancestor, so I have some face to draw. Apologize again, and the Five Elements sect will definitely not want to completely break ties with us before it has digested the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Upon hearing these words from Ancestor Beiwu, Zhu Yun and the other core formation cultivators from the Bathing Sun Sea all had expressions of sudden realization. As expected, Master is indeed Master, with profound insight. Then, who should we send to the Five Elements sect? Zhu Yun hesitated for a moment before asking. She was afraid that the White Crow ancestor would send her there, since she was the one who caused the trouble. But she definitely didn't want to go, so she raised her head and looked at her master in front of her with a pitiful expression. The White Crow ancestor, who was originally about to assign her a task, hesitated for a moment, then looked at the other core formation disciples beside her. Many of them lowered their heads and dared not meet her gaze. After all, although there is little chance of danger to their lives this time, they have detained the Five Elements sect disciples for so many years, and it is still very possible that they will be held responsible. Master, the person was captured by junior brother Liu Nansheng. Why don't we let him deliver it as well? At this moment, Zhu Yun made a suggestion, and Liu Nansheng, who was standing next to him, cursed inwardly. I arrested them on your orders. Okay, then that's settled. Thank you for your hard work, Nansheng. But before Liu Nansheng could speak, the White Crow ancestor had already nodded in agreement. In the Bathing Sun Sea, the nascent soul ancestor's word was law, so Liu Nansheng could only force a smile and nod reluctantly to accept the order. I'm going to my study to write a letter. You go and fetch the person first. Beiwu Patriarch said something to Liu Nansheng again, then got up. Zhu Yun immediately offered to grind ink for his master and followed him. After the two left, Zhou Zhenghai immediately walked to Liu Nansheng's side, sighing, Junior brother Liu, I knew it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Liu Nansheng clenched his fists, knowing that it must be because of his previous tattling that Zhu Yun held a grudge. But since the White Crow ancestor had given the order, he had no choice but to obey. A short while later, he brought Chu Zuoshu, who had lost a lot of weight, back into the main hall. After waiting for quite some time, Zhu Yun, with relaxed eyebrows and rosy cheeks, came out of the study and handed him a letter. Junior brother Liu, Master entrusted this matter to you because he values you highly. You must not let him down. After hearing Zhu Yun's words, Liu Nansheng suppressed his anger, took the letter, and left with Chu Zuoshu. Seeing his departing figure, Zhu Yun snorted coldly and returned to the study. The White Crow ancestor stood at the window, his face solemn as he gazed at the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky merging into one outside the Golden Crow immortal city. At that moment, the sunset was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. End of this chapter. Chapter 829, The Demands of Hidden Abyss Island. Chapter 829, The Demands of Hidden Abyss Island. Zhu Yun, who had just entered the study, was about to give his report when he was stopped by the White Crow ancestor raising his hand. I have something to do outside. Wait for me here. After saying this, Ancestor Beiwu put on his robes, then transformed into a golden beam of light and left Golden Crow Immortal City, flying towards the Xuanhai Sea. Before long, he flew over a dark reef. A monk dressed in a black robe sat on the reef, his aura unfathomable, as calm and composed as a solitary island. Ancestor Beiwu recognized him. He was the cultivator from Kaiyuan Island who had taken away the bitter bamboo back then. Fellow Taoist, you startled me with your aura. Is something the matter? The White Crow ancestor stood in midair and asked him. This is exactly the boundary of the Golden Crow Immortal City's array. He could use the power of the Great Formation to fight even against cultivators at the nascent soul stage. I have met you, fellow Taoist. There is something I would like to ask for your help with. The cultivator from Kaiyuan Island rose and bowed, then spoke with a calm expression. What is it? The voice of the White Crow ancestor was calm, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. According to Kuzhu, his Kongseng Valley is currently engaged in battle with your Yu Rai Hai and Xuan Zio Dao Palace. He asked me to come and keep an eye on things to prevent them from being destroyed by you. I thought it would be more convenient to talk to you directly, and since what I saw when I came here was Jinwu Immortal City, I invited you to come. It really is that case. Upon hearing this, the White Crow ancestor nodded slightly. I was misled by Jin Feng before, which is why I joined forces with him to deal with Kongseng Valley. Now I am irreconcilably opposed to Jin Feng and have long since withdrawn my troops from Kongseng Valley. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured about this matter. When Ku Zhu returns, I will be willing to make peace with him. Since Ancestor Jin Feng is now completely dead, Ancestor Bai Wu simply shifted all the blame onto him. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. This is Ku Zhu's intention, not mine. But at this moment, the cultivator from Kaiyuan Island shook his head with a smile and said something that made Ancestor Beiwu pause slightly. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Kuzhu's talent and physique are very suitable for receiving the inheritance of our Kaiyuan Island. However, in order to pass the test, he also needs to be calm and detached. Kongseng Valley holds too much weight in his heart, so we hope that you can help him eliminate it and remove the great obstacle in his heart. Upon hearing the words of the cultivators from Kaiyuan Island, the corner of White Crow ancestor's mouth twitched slightly. He recalled the origins of Kaiyuan Island. Its original form was a part of the 9 Abyss demonic sect's legacy, but it later aligned itself with the Eastern Imperial Court, and after being granted amnesty, became one of the 10 Directions palaces. It seems that he hasn't changed his demonic ways. As a righteous person, Yu Rai Hai would never do such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Ancestor Beiwu directly refused. However, he also felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have retreated from Kongseng Valley with Ancestor Jin Feng. After taking over Kongseng Valley, Ancestor Jin Feng will definitely be busy receiving and digesting the new territory. At least for a short time, he will not go to the eastern wilderness to die, which will prevent the 5 Elements sect, a powerful dragon crossing the river, from coming. Fellow Taoist, won't you reconsider? My Abyss Island has a long history, and in its treasure trove there is a great yellow pill that has been passed down from the Eastern Imperial Court. If you take it, you might be able to break through to the late nascent soul stage. The cultivator from Kaiyuan Island smiled and offered a very tempting condition. As expected, the White Crow ancestor hesitated after hearing this. He was also aware of the reputation of Dahuangdan. But soon he shook his head again. If it weren't for the unexpected event involving the 5 Elements sect, he might have considered it, but now, it's best not to open up another battlefield when there's a powerful dragon pressing in. Moreover, if Ku Zhu were to return, even if he revealed the truth, given his personality, he would likely disregard everything and fight him to the death first. Most importantly, if the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect finds out about this, they might accuse me of demonic acts. After all, Zhu Yun's previous action had greatly displeased the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. If it weren't for the fact that during the initial stages of development, they needed the help of the 5 lineages of Burning Heaven to deal with the Golden Flame Lion, the Merchant Guild of Bathing Sun Sea would probably have been unable to make any progress in the eastern lands. The reason why the White Crow ancestor was able to cultivate to such a level and take charge of the Golden Crow Immortal City was because of his steady yet ruthless mindset at crucial moments. Now, after analyzing the situation, he feels it's time to be cautious. Moreover, he certainly wouldn't dare to take the great yellow pill that the cultivators from Kaiyuan Island offered. If we take it to the thatched cottage for appraisal, it will leave a trace, since the formula for the great yellow pill originally belonged to the moral sect, but it was taken over by the Eastern Imperial Court when it was powerful. Upon examination, it will certainly be known that this pill was not made by the moral sect. If they then question me about the origin of this pill, I'll have a hard time explaining it. After careful consideration, the White Crow ancestor resisted the temptation and refused again. Fellow Taoist, my promise remains valid. No matter what method you use to destroy Kongseng Valley, I will give you a Dahuang pill. The cultivator from Kaiyuan Island uttered these last words, and then the reef beneath his feet sank into the sea. Eventually, the seawater surged in and submerged him, disappearing from the sight of the White Crow ancestor. The White Crow ancestor gazed at the ripples on the sea surface and fell into deep thought. Finally, a barely perceptible glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he returned to Golden Crow, Immortal City. Mingjing Mountain. Chen Mobai was busy handling matters related to taking over the territory of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. He sat in the main hall of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, with various ledgers piled on the table, and began to examine each item one by one using the small book. As one of the three major sects of Dongyi, Xuanxiao Dao Palace's territory, though not as vast as that of the Five Elements sect, is still comparable to that of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau. In particular, the 30,000 mu of medicinal herb fields, apart from the 12,000 mu on Mingjing Mountain, the remaining 18,000 mu are all scattered throughout the Dongyi region. Some of these medicinal fields are personally guarded by people sent by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but most of them are managed in cooperation with local cultivation forces. They simply send disciples to harvest a portion of the herbs each time they ripen. Now that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace has been destroyed, the Five Elements sect will naturally send people to take over these matters. Given the nature of the locals, they would definitely take advantage of this chaos to seize the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's assets, and then blame it on the Jixiu or someone else, so the Five Elements sect wouldn't be able to say much. After all, in the Heavenly River realm, tribulation cultivators are indeed quite rampant. Especially after the Five Elements sect unified the Eastern Wilderness, under Chen Mobai's new policies, those cultivators who had undergone tribulations had no room to survive. The more honest ones simply reformed and began to work hard to clear their names. As for those who were used to robbing others and living a carefree life after a single robbery, most of them went to the Eastern barbarians to make a living. Because the Dongyi people were relatively wealthy. The greatest wealth of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which has been established for more than 3,000 years, is these 30,000 mu of medicinal fields. If the Five Elements sect can digest these, it will not need to buy medicinal materials from outside in the future when refining Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill and Five Elements Golden Elixir, and will be able to procure them on its own. So after taking over Mingjing Mountain, Chen Mobai's first task was to organize and check all the herb field ledgers using the Fangkun book. Then, he dispatched Luo Yixuan, Yin Qingmei, and others to lead the Five Elements sect disciples to take over the herb fields in order of their grade. Junior brother, you were looking for me. Having just finished dealing with all the medicinal fields, Zhou Shenking arrived at the main hall. Senior brother, there's something I need your help with. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a contract, which was an agreement signed by the nascent soul cultivators of the three major sects of Dongyi regarding the division of the large spirit stone mine in Dujiu Mountain. Now that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace has been destroyed, the Five Elements sect should rightfully inherit this right. Leave it to me. Upon hearing about this matter, Zhou Shenking immediately became eager to get started. With a nascent soul cultivator like him taking action, if Ancestor Beiwu from the Sun Bathing Sea didn't come, they definitely wouldn't dare refuse their Five Elements sect. Zhou Shenking went out and had Zhou Wangshan and others count 100 cultivators from the Five Elements sect. Just in case, he also brought Mo Duguang with him. The group then flew towards Dujiu Mountain in a grand procession. After arranging the matter, Chen Mobai felt relieved. It should be noted that the highest level of spirit stone mines in the Eastern Wilderness is only medium-sized, and the 4 that have been discovered have already been almost completely mined. Without the discovery of new mineral veins, spirit stones will only become increasingly scarce, eventually leading to a situation like that of the immortal sects. The solution proposed by the immortal sects was to collect the spirit stones and then link them to merit-based paper money, replacing their circulation in the market. Issuing paper money in the heavenly river realm is definitely unrealistic. Even though the Five Elements sect is already the supreme power in the eastern wilderness, if the Five Elements sect dares to issue paper money today, countless people will risk their lives to counterfeit it tomorrow. Chen Mobai had considered what could replace paper money, possess characteristics that were impossible to counterfeit, and have the same properties as spirit stones. The answer still lay within the spirit stone mine. He went to inspect the abandoned mine and discovered that the easily mined raw spirit stone ore had been hollowed out, but there were actually some difficult-to-mine fragments of spirit stone hidden deep within the mine. Several or even a dozen of these spirit stones combined are only equivalent to one low-grade spirit stone. Only desperate rogue cultivators would bother to mine them. Major sects wouldn't even consider them worthwhile. Chen Mobai, however, was thinking about implementing a currency reform in the eastern wilderness, using these fragmented spirit stones to create coins in smaller units, which would make the circulation of goods much easier. For example, a stack of 12 talismans, after years of dumping by Zion and Chen shop, has seen its price drop to half a spirit stone. However, since the smallest unit is one piece, individual repairmen must buy 2 stacks. If you have coins, you can buy them individually. After all, for many low-level rogue cultivators, a spirit stone is a reward that requires a long period of work to obtain. Introducing a currency unit smaller than a low-grade spirit stone would give these lower-level cultivators more opportunities. Perhaps some geniuses will emerge from among them, further enriching the Five Elements sect's reserve forces. Moreover, if they control the issuance of currency, the Five Elements sect can completely dominate the economy of the eastern wilderness. End of this chapter. Chapter 830 Jin Feng Storage Bag, bonus chapter for 7,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 830 Jin Feng Storage Bag, bonus chapter for 7,000 monthly tickets. After Zhou Shenking led his men to the Dujiu Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, Chen Mobai called Zhou Yi in again. According to the roster Chen Mobai had compiled during this period, he discovered that Xuanxiao Dao Palace actually had 30,000 disciples. However, in the war over the years, 2,000 or 3,000 people have been lost. Ancestor Jin Feng led another 10,000 elite troops out, only to be ambushed by the Five Elements sect, who had made prior preparations, resulting in their near annihilation. However, some lucky disciples of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace managed to evade the interception of the Five Elements sect cultivators and escape into the desolate ruins. But most of them ended up being eaten by the monsters in the desolate ruins. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the ruins, they certainly wouldn't dare to return to Dongyi, because Mingjing Mountain has been occupied by the Five Elements sect. Here, although the Five Elements sect army had surrounded the area in advance, many disciples of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace managed to escape. There were just too many people. Within this Mingjing Mountain, there are also tens of thousands of disciples of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. When the formation broke, many scattered in panic. After the Five Elements sect rushed in, they were busy taking control of the main hubs such as the medicine fields, pill rooms, and weapon warehouses. They focused their efforts on hunting down and detaining the Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples who were at the Foundation establishment level. After these people escaped, according to the rules of the Heavenly River realm, the Five Elements sect would definitely pursue and kill them. Chen Mobai put Zhou Yi in charge of this matter. However, according to him, if the disciples of Xuanxiao Dao Palace were willing to surrender during the pursuit, their lives could be spared. After all, they are all cultivators, and they can be used to open up the wasteland between the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians in the future. Sect leader, I led my men to capture 367 disciples of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, including 7 Foundation establishment cultivators and a late-stage qi refining cultivator. After Zhou Yi came in, he reported his work results over the past period to Chen Mobai. Actually, there were more than just these people, but many cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace resisted fiercely, so he used heavy force and sent them to their deaths. Thank you for your hard work. These are 16 sects and families within the Eastern Yi territory that are on friendly terms with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Go and talk to them to see if they are willing to cooperate with our 5-element sect. Chen Mobai gave Zhou Yi a list. As the #1 alchemy sect in Dongyi, Xuanxiao Dao Palace not only has its own 30,000 mu of medicinal fields, but also has many long-term cooperative medicinal herb suppliers outside the sect. These 16 forces all have core formation cultivators stationed in Dongyi, and they are basically connected with the previous 3 major sects, so they are able to cooperate with Xuanxiao Dao Palace. In the entire Eastern Yi region, apart from the 3 major sects of the nascent soul stage, these 16 families are the most respected. There are a total of 19 forces that occupy all aspects of Dongyi and all the spiritual veins. Now that the 5-element sect has occupied Mingjing Mountain, they are definitely observing the situation. Therefore, Chen Mobai sent Zhou Yi over to try to persuade them before resorting to force. Yes, sect leader. After Zhou Yi left, the mission to capture the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace came to a halt, which was also done intentionally by Chen Mobai. The necessary killings have been done, and the next step is to use gentle methods to gradually digest the territory of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Continuing to kill will actually be detrimental to future rule. After all, this place is vast and rich in resources. If a cultivator simply finds a spiritual vein to hide in, it would be impossible for the 5-element sect, with its mere few thousand members, to find them all. The pursuit was merely routine. The main purpose was to use this action to declare to the entire Eastern barbarians that the territory of Xuanxiao Dao Palace now belonged to their 5-element sect. Once he had finished dealing with most of the matters at hand, Chen Mobai put down the ledger and took out a storage bag. This belongs to the Golden Wind ancestor. I haven't had time to examine it closely until now. The main reason is that Chen Mobai is now rich, and he no longer has the same enthusiasm for opening storage bags as he did at the beginning. He took out talisman paper and talisman pen, drew a 4th-order empty space talisman, activated it, and slapped it down into the storage bag. Once the bag was opened, wisps of faint golden light wafted out, accompanied by gentle breezes like a light drizzle, making one feel both warm and refreshed. Chen Mobai was very curious, so he probed into it with his divine sense. The first thing he saw was a pile of top-grade spirit stones. He counted them, and there were 7 in total. No wonder Xuanxiao Dao Palace only had high-grade spirit stones. It turns out they were all taken by ancestor Jinfeng. Chen Mobai immediately took out all 7 top-grade spirit stones and discovered that 2 of them were mutated metal attribute, and 2 were wind attribute. They were of the same nature as the Earth Mother Stone and the Water Element Profound Stone. Using these as the core, a 4th-order spirit vein of the corresponding attribute could be created. However, 2 of them showed signs of being absorbed, indicating that they were used by the Golden Wind ancestor himself. Even so, it is still extremely precious to cultivators. Chen Mobai planned to give one of the pieces to Mo Duguang, so that he could use it when he reached the nascent soul stage. The remaining 3 top-grade spirit stones are all attribute-free and can be absorbed by any cultivator. Besides the top-grade spirit stones, there were also piles of high-grade spirit stones in the storage bag. Chen Mobai counted them and found there were a total of 8,000. It can only be said that ancestor Jin Feng is extremely wealthy. He truly deserves to be called the #1 alchemist in Dongyi. His personal wealth is almost comparable to the entire Xuanxiao Dao Palace's accumulated wealth. Looking at the dazzling light of the spirit stones, Chen Mobai transferred them along with the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones he had previously collected into another storage bag, and then stuffed them into his own domain. Then he eagerly checked the other items in the Golden Wind ancestor's storage bag. there are more than a dozen books, all of which are the most precious inheritances of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. 4 of them are interpretations of the contents of the immortal books and jade slips, compiled over 3,000 years. The other 6 are derived from them, containing the inheritance of alchemy techniques, as well as dozens of first to third-tier pill formulas. Some of these were collected and supplemented by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace itself, because the Xuanxiao Dao Palace has pill formulas in immortal books and jade slips. According to the Tian realm, they possess the inheritance of first to fifth-order alchemy techniques. With these, even without Qing Nu, the 5 Elements sect can still claim to be the #1 alchemy sect in the eastern barbarian lands. Besides the inheritance of alchemy techniques, there are also cultivation methods. The first copy of the Heavenly Wind technique was obtained from Xu and Shu, who glanced at it and then put it aside. The second book is the Mysterious Metal Body, which is of the metal element and can be cultivated to the peak of the 4th rank. However, what surprised Chen Mobai the most was a sword technique with both metal and water attributes, called Mirror Still Water Sword Technique. Needless to say, this sword technique must have belonged to the former master of Mingjing Mountain and was the signature technique of the Mingjing Sword Sect, a major nascent soul sect in the eastern barbarian lands. After reading it once, Chen Mobai found it quite interesting. It's somewhat similar to the square-inch book. When fighting an enemy, you use a clear and calm mind to reflect on their weaknesses. The longer the fight lasts, the higher your chances of winning. It's of little use to Chen Mobai, but it can be shown to Mo Duguang and Nujiang. After all, it's a sword technique that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. In the 5 Elements sect, it's only inferior to the primordial Dao fruit. The rest were just ordinary 4th-tier cultivation techniques and the like. After glancing at them, Chen Mobai didn't find anything particularly remarkable and planned to bring them back to the 5 Elements sect to supplement his own family's inheritance. Then came bottles of pills. Having spent so many years with Qing Nu, Chen Mobai also knew some appraisal skills. After opening and examining them, he found that many of them were 4th-grade pills. Each pill contained astonishing medicinal power, clearly prepared for himself by the Golden Wind ancestor. The only thing he was familiar with was a bottle of Xuan Tian Wu Jin Dan, a type of medicinal pill. This kind of longevity elixir can fetch an astronomical price if it finds a suitable buyer. Chen Mobai put away all the pills. Although he had the phoenix facing the sun diagram and was immune to all poisons, he would wait for Qing Nu to identify them before deciding whether they were suitable for him to take. Besides the elixirs, what surprised him even more were the many rare, 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. These were clearly matured, and their medicinal power was sealed away using secret methods. They were all of the 4th rank. He took them out one by one and examined them carefully. There is a spiritual herb shaped like a dragon's body, containing rich wood attribute spiritual energy. It should be the legendary Qinglong Ginseng, which can be used to refine pills that enhance wood attribute spiritual power. There was also a fiery red flower, which, even though it was sealed away, still burned with bright flames, clearly an excellent material for refining fire attribute pills. There are also netherworld grass, gold and silver fungus, 100-turned vine, and so on. He counted them. There were 46 in total. They were clearly 4th-grade medicinal herbs that Xuanxiao Dao Palace had matured over the years, essential for refining high-grade pills. However, they all ended up benefiting Chen Mobai. After carefully sorting these ancient medicinal herbs and putting them into a new storage bag, Chen Mobai was already thinking about what kind of pills he could use to refine them. At this moment, he finally understood why cultivators in the Heavenly River realm were so keen on becoming tribulation cultivators. It takes thousands of years to accumulate such a harvest through hard work, but killing a Golden Wind ancestor can make you rich overnight. However, we must exercise restraint and not drag the 5 Elements sect into the quagmire of war because of this. Chen Mobai struck the morning bell several times to suppress the greedy inner demon that had suddenly appeared within him. The items in Old Ancestor Jinfeng's storage bag were truly precious. There were also many fourth-order ores, and even some scraps of fifth-order Xuanjin. Chen Mobai collected them, intending to use them to upgrade his magic weapon. Finally, what was poured out of the storage bag was a square white jade box. Filled with curiosity, Chen Mobai opened it. Soon, a fist-sized, deep blue gemstone came into his view. The gemstone seemed to contain a vast ocean, rippling with blue waves. Chen Mobai sensed it and was shocked. This is a fifth-order material. Old ancestor Jin Feng is really rich. Chen Mobai sighed again, then carefully took out the deep blue gemstone and used the Fangkun book to search for the knowledge stored in the heavenly calculation bead, trying to find out its origin. He retrieved several items from the immortal sect's knowledge base, but unfortunately, after careful examination, he shook his head at them all. He then searched the knowledge base of the heavenly river realm and quickly discovered something. He immediately took out the Taoist books and jade scrolls from the Water Mother Palace and turned to the page with the recipe for the Taiyi Shengshui pill. Then an undisguised joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, this is the main ingredient in the Taiyi Shengshuidan formula. End of this chapter. Chapter 830, 1 Taiyuan Blue Pearl. Chapter 830, 1 Taiyuan Blue Pearl. The deep blue gemstone shone faintly in his palm, as if a deep ocean was sealed within it, its ripples containing endless mysteries. This is the Taiyuan Blue Pearl, a fifth-order spiritual object that can only be generated in the sea eyes of the four seas in the heavenly river realm. Legend has it that at the deepest part of the sea eye, in the Gixu abyss, the purest innate water spirit energy, after being washed by seawater and refined by earth fire for hundreds of millions of years, has a very small chance of forming the Taiyuan Blue Pearl. It is said that the jellyfish was transformed from the original Taiyuan Blue Pearl, and because of this, it naturally controls the waters of the four seas and has endless magical powers. This Taiyuan Blue Pearl possesses the magical power to condense, purify, and continuously generate water spirit energy, making it an indispensable and rare material for refining the Taiyi water elixir. But what surprised Chen Mobai the most was that it contained a complete, innate water element essence. If he absorbs it into his body, he can upgrade his water spirit root to the innate water spirit root. With the help of spiritual objects like celestial water from the immortal sects in the future, he might be able to reach the realm of immortal spiritual roots, just like the fire spiritual root. However, this would not meet the requirements for being the main ingredient of Taiyi Shengshui Dan. However, for Chen Mobai, who has only just formed his nascent soul and is still a long way from the divine transformation realm, the right thing to do is to use the Taiyuan Blue Pearl to improve his water spiritual root. Although the water elemental root is of little use to the pure Yang scroll he cultivates, it is useful for the primordial Tao fruit. If he can raise all 5 elemental spiritual roots to the level of immortal spiritual roots in the future, even if his comprehension is not good, this supreme divine power left by the One Yuan true monarch will definitely be perfectly suited to him. Perhaps even more compatible than the One Yuan true lord. Moreover, after absorbing the innate water element essence, this Taiyuan Blue Pearl is still a 5th-grade spiritual material, and the profound mysteries of the water element Tao contained within it remain undiminished. It can be given to Qing Nu to refine a natal magic weapon for her. Chen Mobai always focused on the present, and after thinking it over, he became firm in his idea. However, the matter of absorbing innate water elemental essence still needs to be deduced using the Fangkun book and the knowledge from the immortal sect. After all, Chen Mobai's innate fire elemental essence was directly bestowed by heaven and earth when he was establishing his foundation, and he didn't even feel it. Whether it can be absorbed and refined through acquired methods is something that may require consulting professionals. Chen Mobai carefully put the Taiyuan Blue Pearl back into the white jade box and closed it. He was also very curious about where the Golden Wind ancestor had obtained such a treasure. Could it have been obtained along with that Taoist book and jade scroll? Having considered this possibility, Chen Mobai took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in his heart. If this Taiyuan Blue Pearl truly has such an origin, then it must never be known to outsiders. After all, if it attracts the attention of the heavenly Sea Mother Palace, even the major holy lands of the eastern continent will have to give way. When refining it into a magical artifact, it's best to change its appearance. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt a strong urge to return to the eastern wilderness. Both the Taoist scriptures and the Taiyuan blue pearl were extremely useful to Qing Nu. However, this is just wishful thinking. After all, if the five-element sect wants to completely consolidate and digest the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, it will at least need to reach an agreement with the 16 golden core forces of the sun-bathing sea and the eastern barbarians. Those 16 families are manageable. They certainly wouldn't dare to openly oppose us. But as for the sunbathing sea, just as Chen Mobai was thinking about how to negotiate with the White Crow ancestor, the latter sent someone over first. Inside the main hall of Mingjing Mountain, Liu Nansheng was inwardly trembling with fear, but outwardly he pretended to be calm and composed, representing Yu Rihai in handing over the reins of the government. Sect leader Chen, a cultivator who had been involved in a tribulation, stole a treasure from our Golden Crow immortal city and disappeared near your sect's shop. So I took your sect's nephew, junior nephew Chu, who was in charge there, away for questioning. Now it turns out it was all a misunderstanding. After Master found out, he severely punished me and sent me here to bring junior nephew Chu to apologize. This is a letter from Master. We were wrong in this matter, and we ask Headmaster Chen for forgiveness. Liu Nansheng said these things to maintain consistency with the contents of Bei Wu Leiazu's letter. In any case, it was a misunderstanding, and they, Yu Rihai, definitely did not arrest Chu Zuoshu because they knew he was Chen Qingdi. Do you think I'll accept that explanation? Chen Mobai took the letter, but before even opening it, he sneered at Liu Nansheng and asked a question. Liu Nansheng broke out in a cold sweat and was speechless with embarrassment. However, he also understood that the key to this matter lay in whether the five-element sect wanted to go to war with their sunbathing sea. Ancestor Beiwu analyzed the situation and concluded that the five-element sect wouldn't do that before fully digesting the territory of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Moreover, doing so would actually be advantageous to their bathing sun sea. Because if that were the case, the remaining 16 core formation factions of Dongyi would definitely be terrified of the five-element sect's power and would seek refuge with the bathing sun sea for self-preservation. For the sake of Dongyi's peace and tranquility, they would be willing to heed the call of the White Crow ancestor and join forces to attack the five-element sect, this powerful dragon crossing the river. With its fifth-order grand formation, Golden Crow Immortal City is least afraid of being attacked. The sunbathing sea could even use this opportunity to hold back the main force of the five-element sect, giving the other 16 golden core factions of the Eastern barbarians a chance to counterattack. However, in doing so, Liu Nansheng today will inevitably become a victim. Therefore, Liu Nansheng hoped that Chen Mobai could accept his explanation. Congratulations, sect leader. I never imagined that after our parting in Golden Crow Immortal City, you would have already achieved the nascent soul stage and become a member of the immortal family. At this moment, Chu Zuoshu spoke up. He was imprisoned for 10 years and he lost a lot of weight. His hair even turned gray from the daily fear of death, and he looked much older. When Liu Nansheng led Chu Zuoshu out of the Golden Crow Immortal City, he knew that he had returned to the human world from the edge of the underworld. The feeling of being reborn from the dead made him both happy and sad. Seeing Chen Mobai now fills him with even more gratitude. He knew perfectly well that if the five-element sect hadn't breached the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and displayed a strength far beyond what the sun-bathing sea could have imagined, he would never have been able to return. At this moment, Chu Zuoshu felt fortunate to be a member of the five-element sect. You've suffered all these years. Upon hearing Chu Zuoshu's words, Chen Mobai's previously cold expression softened slightly. He called Luo Zuer in and asked her to take Chu Zuoshu down to rest. The two came from the Hall of Rewards and were very close fellow disciples. After watching the two leave the main hall, Chen Mobai turned his gaze to Liu Nansheng. his expression turning icy once more. You, the bathing sun sea, should be glad that you sent Chu Zuoshu back. Otherwise, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace would be a cautionary tale for you. Chen Mobai's voice was calm, but the pressure it contained made Liu Nansheng feel suffocated. Liu Nansheng swallowed hard, knowing that now was not the time to explain, so he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Sect leader Chen is wise. My Yu Rai Hai is willing to compensate for this. From now on, your sect's merchants will be allowed to travel freely in our Golden Crow immortal city without paying taxes. These were written in a letter by the White Crow ancestor, and only the merchant guilds of major sects offered such treatment, saving at least 1,000,000 spirit stones each year. Our 5-element sect needs 2/3 of the spirit stone mines in Dujiu Mountain. Chen Mobai naturally didn't care about that and stated his own conditions. This, I need to go back and inform my master, only he can make the decision. Liu Nansheng dared not accept the compensation. After all, that large spirit stone mine could produce tens of millions of spirit stones of 3 grades each year. Even if the 3 families had split it equally, they would have received more than 10 million spirit stones. If they are lucky enough to discover a top-grade spirit stone, it might even trigger a small-scale battle among the 3 families. Go back and tell Ancestor Beiwu that if there is another time when my 5-element sect members are detained without cause, then it will be war. Upon hearing this, Liu Nansheng felt relieved and quickly nodded and bowed in agreement before taking his leave. However, as soon as he left the main hall, Liu Nansheng had a headache. If he took Chen Mobai's words back and relayed them to the White Crow ancestor, he would definitely have to face the White Crow ancestor's sour face again. But at least he didn't die on Mingjing Mountain, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As Chen Mobai watched Liu Nansheng leave, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he teleported to look at Chu Zuoshu. I'm sorry you had to suffer. Chen Mobai sighed and spoke, and Chu Zuoshu immediately shook his head, indicating that he was already content to have survived. Luo Zuer, who was standing to the side, immediately took out a tea set and began to brew tea for the 2 of them. It's still because my 5-element sect isn't strong enough. If we were a holy land, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to imprison you. Chen Mobai's words shocked Chu Zuoshu and Luo Zuer. This sect has only just been promoted to a nascent soul-level sect, and its leader is already thinking about the Holy Land. However, given the talent the sect leader has shown, he might actually be able to become a god in the future. Thinking of this, the 2 men became even more respectful. Here are 3 Xu and Tian Wu Jin pills. After you take them, you can extend your life by 40 or 50 years. When we return to the eastern wilderness, I will have Qing Nu help you refine a batch of Mu Yuan Jai Jin pills. With some further conditioning, you might be able to form your own core. A bottle of Xu and Tian Wu Jin Dan pills, containing a total of 9 pills, was opened from the storage bag of the Golden Wind ancestor. This longevity pill can extend one's life by 20 years with the first pill, but the effect weakens with each subsequent pill. 3 pills offer the best value for money. Thank you, sect leader. I have not accomplished anything and I am truly ashamed. Chu Zuoshu declined somewhat embarrassedly, but Chen Mobai handed it to him directly. The 5-element sect has a long road ahead. Although the younger generation is growing vigorously, we cannot do without the experience of you elders. Take a good rest. I hope to see you reach the core formation stage in the future. Chu Zuoshu was deeply moved by Chen Mobai's words. In the heavenly river realm, cultivators of his age who have failed to break through to the next level are generally abandoned by their sects. After all, the future belongs to the young people. However, Chen Mobai was very sentimental and gave both Chu Zuoshu and Meng Hong more than one chance to form their core. After Chu Zuoshu thanked him again, Chen Mobai told him to rest and recuperate, and gave him a bottle of sap from the tree of immortality. As Chen Mobai left with Luo Zuer, he noticed a great deal of envy on her face. Then I realized that I hadn't told her the good news yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 832, Zhou Yi's Ambition. Chapter 832, Zhou Yi's ambition. Chen Mobai took out a list and gave it to Luo Zuo, who immediately accepted it. Upon discovering that the items listed were all medicinal herbs, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Qingnu is preparing to refine the water element golden elixir, but she is still missing these medicinal materials. Please find them according to this list, and then send them to Tianpeng Mountain in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai then explained the effects of the water element golden elixir, which delighted Luo Zuo. She never expected that the sect leader had already arranged a core formation elixir for her. Thank you, sect leader. I'll go find these medicinal herbs right away. After thanking her, Luo Zuo was in a hurry to inspect the 12,000 mu of medicinal fields surrounding Mingjing Mountain. And please take this Qinglong ginseng with you as well. Chen Mobai called out to her, then took out a 4th-grade high-quality spiritual herb from the Golden Wind Ancestors storage bag, which Luo Zuo immediately accepted with both hands respectfully. Chen Mobai felt that the Qinglong ginseng could be used as the main ingredient for the wood essence golden elixir, but whether it could be used or not still needed to be judged by Qingnu, a professional. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai asked Luo Zuo to collect 2 sets of medicinal herbs according to the list. For the sake of universality, the auxiliary ingredients for the 5 elements golden elixir are basically the same across the immortal sects, with only a few exceptions. These can also be found in the eastern wilderness. Luo Zuo accepted the order with high hopes and went to carry it out. Full of energy, she collected all the medicinal herbs in just 7 days, and then came to say goodbye to Chen Mobai. Although the route from Dongyi back to Donghuang was the safest desolate area, Chen Mobai still personally drew a 4th order, Great Sun Sword Talisman, just in case. He had already mastered the Crimson Flame sword technique to perfection. He had already refined the talisman paper and ink needed for this talisman years ago. After entering the state of Fangkunchu, he completed it in one fell swoop, and even reserved a strand of his spiritual power, which Luo Zuo could use simply by activating it with her divine sense. After Luo Zuo left, Chen Mobai had no one to serve him, so he called Luo Yixuan back. A month later, Zhou Shenqing returned. Junior brother, thankfully we arrived in time. Those bastards in the sunlit sea are shameless. They even sent their own core formation cultivators to mine in the core area. Zhou Shenqing recounted his experiences at Dujiu Mountain. With his status as a nascent soul cultivator, naturally no one dared to stop him once he arrived there. However, after he went inside, he found that the core mine had been brutally mined by Yu Rai Hai. After interrogating the remaining people, he learned that it was the core formation cultivator Su Yingsheng who personally led hundreds of geomancers to do it. This is equivalent to mining away all the spirit stone ore produced in the next few years. Previously, Yu Rai Hai dared not do this because other sects were supervising it. Now that Kongseng Valley has been beaten so badly that people dare not go out, and the people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace in Dujiu Mountain have all been killed by Yu Rihai, Su Yingsheng can dig as much as he wants. After Zhou Shenqing led the 5 Elements sect army there, Su Yingsheng took the excavated spirit stone ore and directly returned to Golden Crow Immortal City via the teleportation array. Zhou Shenqing was furious, but he didn't dare to use the teleportation array to chase after them to the main camp of the Sunrise Sea. The only option was to send people to occupy the Duojiasen spirit stone mine. In that case, let's send our sect's geomancers over there as well. There's no such thing as sustainable development when it comes to mineral veins. As long as they're being mined, they'll eventually be completely depleted. If the sunbathing sea can do it, then their 5 Elements sect can do it too. Junior brother, you don't know, that large spirit stone mine is almost empty after so many years of mining. Those bastards from Yu Rai Hai have taken all the easy-to-dig parts of the core area. Even if they continue to mine, there probably won't be much left. After listening to Zhou Shenqing's words, Chen Mobai asked how much could be excavated. About 100 million spirit stones. This is what you call not much. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was also at a loss for words. It can only be said that After conquering Mingjing Mountain, Zhou Shenking's understanding of resources became somewhat inflated. 100 million spirit stones doesn't seem like much anymore. Let's start digging. We'll probably have to deal with this spirit stone mine from the sunlit seaside for a while. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Shenking immediately nodded, then went out to gather the disciples with geomantic skills in the team and led them towards Duojiu Mountain once again. 2 months later, Zhou Yi returned. His trip went very smoothly. All 16 golden core factions of Dongyi deeply respected the Five Elements sect and were willing to continue building a friendly and stable relationship with them, following the same cooperation model they had previously used with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. There were even 5 neighboring forces who, through Zhou Yi, sent generous gifts to Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking, expressing that they had been oppressed by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and were living in constant fear, and had been waiting for the arrival of the Five Elements sect's royal master. Chen Mobai took a look and saw that they were all 4th-tier spiritual items, including medicinal herbs and minerals. There was even a sect called Yunyu sect that presented a pair of beautiful twin foundation establishment female cultivators. They are said to be the personal disciples of the Cloud and Rain sect's patriarch, possessing a special physique. If cultivators engage in sexual intercourse with them, they can experience joy and comfort in both mind and body. When Zhou Yi brought the twin female cultivators in, he suddenly noticed that Luo Yixuan, who was next to the sect leader, had sharpened her gaze, staring at him like a knife. I appreciate your kindness, but please accept the gifts and return the person to their family. Chen Mobai wasn't that kind of person. After hearing about the origins of the twin female cultivators, he remembered the name of the Cloud Rain sect, but waved for Zhou Yi to send them back. Yes, sect leader. Zhou Yi naturally obeyed the order. At this moment, he noticed that Luo Yixuan's sharp gaze had softened slightly, and he roughly understood what was going on. Sect leader, all these forces have sent people over. After handing over the gifts he had brought, Zhou Yi mentioned something else. Most of those who came were sect leaders or chief elders. Of course, there were no core formation cultivators. These people in the Heavenly River realm are all quite afraid of losing their lives. Given the unclear situation, the top-level core formation ancestor would certainly not risk coming here. After all, the Five Elements sect is only known to the Eastern Yi as powerful at present. Chen Mobai expressed his understanding of this. He believed that as time went on, his reputation as a sincere gentleman would be recognized by the local people of Dongyi. He personally received the representatives from the 7 forces that had sent people over. All of them were foundation establishment cultivators. The Cloud Rain sect was actually comprised of those twin female cultivators. Chen Mobai told them about some of the rules of the Five Elements sect, as well as the things they needed to pay attention to when cooperating in the future. These are basically the basic ethics of doing business in the immortal sects, but the cultivators here feel that the Five Elements sect is very sincere. Many felt that the Five Elements sect genuinely wanted to establish itself in the Eastern Barbarian region, hence the favorable terms offered. All 7 parties nodded in agreement and signed the contract. Chen Mobai entrusted the task of signing the contract to Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi is able to form a nascent soul in the future, Chen Mobai plans to arrange for him to guard Mingjing Mountain. After all, Zhou Shenking is a nascent soul cultivator with the Dharma body. If he were to face the White Crow ancestor, it would be easy for him to see through his true nature. If Zhou Yi were to reach the nascent soul stage, with the profound mysteries of the primordial chaos true qi, he would still be able to put up a fight even if he were to turn against Yu Rehai. Zhou Yi probably guessed this as well. He was reluctant, but for the sake of gaining insights into nascent soul, he followed Chen Mobai's instructions and did his best. Sect leader, my family was wiped out by the Sun family of Eastern Wu. If I achieve great success in my cultivation in the future, will I be able to resolve this deep-seated hatred? Zhou Yi was willing to submit to Chen Mobai, but he brought it up on his own initiative one day after reporting on his work. How to solve this? Chen Mobai asked. I will conceal my identity and go to Eastern Wu to kill all the core formation cultivators of the Sun family. I will never expose the identity of the Five Elements sect." After Zhou Yi finished speaking, Chen Mobai couldn't help but fall into thought. After a long while, he shook his head. "Dongwu has no enmity with our Five Elements sect, and has long been helping to resist the monsters of Yunmeng Marsh and share the burden, which can be considered a contribution to our eastern wilderness coast. I will not let the sect do this. If you want revenge, leave the Five Elements sect and never come back." Chen Mobai is a man of principle. Although he desperately wanted to win over Zhou Yi, he couldn't possibly use the Sun family of Eastern Wu, whom he had never met before, as a bargaining chip. Moreover, when he refined the infant nourishing pill in exchange for Qing Nu's heretical golden elixir, the Sun family of Eastern Wu had given him face, and he still remembered these favors. "Yes, sect leader." After hearing this, Zhou Yi left somewhat disappointed. Although Chen Mobai did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already quite clear. If Zhou Yi wants to stay in the Five Elements sect and gain insights into nascent soul formation, he cannot seek revenge against the Sun family. If he wants to take revenge, then he must rely on his own nascent soul formation. After weighing the options, he quickly made a decision. "I'll definitely choose the nascent soul experience. While hatred is important, achieving one's own nascent soul is even more important. Moreover, if he were to reach the nascent soul stage, even if he couldn't take the initiative to act, he would have more ways to pressure the Sun family without Chen Mobai's knowledge." After all, Zhou Yi knew that the major immortal cultivation families in Eastern Wu harbored deep grudges against the Sun family, and they were just waiting for someone to lead them in rebellion. After he forms his nascent soul, his lifespan will greatly increase, allowing him to nurture those rival families of the Sun family until the Sun family is completely destroyed. After Zhou Yi figured it out, he told Chen Mobai the next day that his feelings for the Five Elements sect had deepened, and he did not want to leave the sect. Since he said that, Chen Mobai naturally had to respond in kind. He gave him a jade slip that he had prepared beforehand, which contained his insights on breaking through to the nascent soul stage using the primordial true qi pill. Zhou Yi took the document and examined it with his divine sense. He was immediately moved by Chen Mobai's clear, detailed, and meticulous words. At this moment, he finally understood why his junior brother, the sect leader, was known as the great teacher of the Eastern Wilderness. End of this chapter. Chapter 833. The Five Veins of Burning Heaven, bonus chapter for 8,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 833. The Five Veins of Burning Heaven, bonus chapter for 8,000 monthly tickets. After obtaining the nascent soul cultivation technique, Zhou Yi couldn't wait to find a cave with a fourth-order spiritual vein in Mingjing Mountain to study it. Chen Mobai handed over the matters he was handling to Luo Yixuan. After dealing with the 16 core formation factions in Dongyi, the Five Elements sect only had one last thing to do to establish itself in Dongyi. That was the negotiation with Yu Raihai. Although both sides are currently exercising restraint, both Chen Mobai and Beiwu Ancestor know that the two sects will only feel at ease with each other after they have truly sat down and talked. However, a catalyst is still missing. Or perhaps both parties distrust each other. Old Ancestor Beiwu dared not leave Golden Crow, Immortal City alone, fearing that he would be ambushed and besieged by the two nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect. The two nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect would definitely not go to Golden Crow, Immortal City, as there is a fifth-order grand formation there, and even Chen Mobai could not guarantee that he could freely enter and exit by walking through the void. All eyes in the Eastern were on them, but a stalemate ensued. This requires another force that can convince both factions to step forward as a guarantor and bring the Five Elements sect and the Sun-bathing sea to the negotiating table. Chen Mobai was waiting, because Yu Rihai was definitely more anxious than he was. Unless a peace agreement is reached between the two sides, Ancestor Beiwu will not even dare to leave Golden Crow, Immortal City in the future. Who could it be? Starry Sky Dao sect, or a major sect in the eastern lands, or perhaps a holy land? Just as Chen Mobai was pondering this question, two unexpected guests arrived at Mingjing Mountain, Mingwen Zhenren and Yi Chenghen of Kongseng Valley. Greetings, sect leader Chen. After being brought up by Luo Yixuan, the two immediately bowed respectfully to Chen Mobai. Please have a seat, no need for such formalities. Chen Mobai had a good impression of Kongseng Valley. After all, if they hadn't held back Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he wouldn't have had time to form his nascent soul, and the Five Elements sect wouldn't have unified the eastern wilderness and developed to such a powerful state. After the two sat down, Luo Yixuan immediately made tea. It was only after talking to them that I learned they had come to express their gratitude. If it weren't for sect leader Chen leading the Five Elements sect army here, I'm afraid our Kongseng Valley would have been breached by Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Yu Raihai sooner or later. Mingwen's words were meant to build a closer relationship. In reality, the time had come for the Five Elements sect to destroy the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and it had nothing to do with Kongseng Valley. Not at all, by the way. I wonder if there's been any news from fellow Taoists Mukin and Kuzhu yet. Chen Mobai is only concerned about Kongseng Valley right now. After all, if these two were to return, the political landscape of Dongyi would certainly change drastically once again. I came here today to discuss this very matter. A few days ago, my master sent me a talisman, saying that sect leader Kuzhu is currently receiving the inheritance of Kaiyuan Island. If he passes the test, the two of them will return immediately. Chen Mobai was slightly startled upon hearing Mingwen Zhenren's words. Hidden Abyss Island. How could Bitter Bamboo have such an opportunity? But he immediately realized what was happening. The reason these two people came to reveal this information was clearly to let him know. Although Chen Mobai had a good reputation in the eastern wilderness, Kongseng Valley was still very afraid that after the Five Elements sect annexed the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, it would turn its attention to them if it could not break through the Golden Crow, immortal city. After all, judging from the Five Elements sect's behavior in the eastern wilderness, this sect leader Chen is quite enthusiastic about unification. However, this shows that they are judging others by their own petty standards. Even if Chen Mobai didn't know this news, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack Kongseng Valley. He is a peace-loving person. I have long admired fellow Taoist Kuzhu. I was worried that he had fallen victim to the poisonous hands of Ancestor Jinfeng and Ancestor Beiwu. Now that I hear he is all right, I am relieved. These were Chen Mobai's true feelings. In the entire eastern Yi region, the only thing that could catch his eye was the bitter bamboo. I've heard that sect leader Chen enjoys collecting various spiritual plants. These are the 1st to 4th grade pure bamboo seedlings from our Kongseng Valley. Please accept them. Mingwen took out the gifts she had prepared, and Chen Mobai was deeply moved upon hearing it. Back when the Five Elements sect was still holed up in the eastern wilderness, Chu Zuoshu went to great lengths to buy a 3rd-tier pure bamboo, and was even robbed and killed when he went out. But now, Kongseng Valley has come to us of its own accord. Indeed, developing and enhancing one's own strength is the right path. I really like these, thank you. Chen Mobai took a look and saw that these Qingjing bamboos were all sections with roots. The most precious one was a 4th-tier bamboo. There were 10 3rd-tier bamboos, and 100 2nd-tier and 1 1st-tier bamboos. If all of these are planted and survive, it will create a tranquil bamboo grove. However, Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming had already thoroughly researched the pure bamboo of the 3rd rank and below on Zionan Mountain, and even derived the 3rd rank pure bamboo spirit rice from it. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai felt a slight stirring in his heart. He felt that since he had taken these, he needed to give a return gift, and Kongseng Valley was short of high-grade spirit rice. He immediately took out a jade slip and engraved the cultivation method of the 3rd-tier pure bamboo spirit rice on it. This, sect leader Chen, is he going to exchange this spirit rice for something from our sect? When Mingwen Zhenren and Yi Chenghen took a look, they were both taken aback and spoke with some trepidation. In Kongseng Valley, Only the fifth-tier pure bamboo can catch the eye of a nascent soul cultivator. However, neither of them could agree to that level of spiritual plant. It was only last time that Mukin cut off a section in order to exchange it with Su Zilu. No need for an exchange. Consider this a return gift from these pure bamboos. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the two people opposite him looked at each other in bewilderment. You should know that it was for the sake of third-grade spirit rice that Kongseng Valley and Xuanxiao Dao Palace became mortal enemies. Who would have thought that they would obtain the most suitable third-grade spirit rice for them from Chen Mobai so easily now? This unexpected windfall felt incredibly unreal to them. The method of cultivating this spirit rice originally came from your Dongyi. When senior brother Zhou Shenking was young, he came here to auction it and brought it back to the eastern wilderness. Later in my generation, because I loved farming, I took in a disciple who was skilled in spiritual plants. Under my guidance, she cultivated many kinds of spiritual rice using spiritual bamboo. Pure bamboo spiritual rice is one of them, and it is considered to be of the highest grade. It's a pity that the spirit rice seeds suitable for putting into the pure bamboo are all in the eastern wilderness. We can only wait until the next time our 5 Elements Merchant Guild travels here to bring them to you. Besides bamboo, the spirit rice in Qingjing bamboo spirit rice is also very important. It is the most suitable variety that Zhuoming found after countless hybridization studies. Chen Mobai passed on the planting method to Kongseng Valley, not only to establish a good relationship in advance, but also to lay the groundwork for future business dealings. After all, he didn't believe that Kongseng Valley had a genius like Zhuo Ming, who could hybridize spiritual rice suitable for Qingjing bamboo. Of course, if Kongseng Valley can afford the price, it's not impossible to sell them the hybridization technology for this spiritual rice. Thank you very much, sect leader Chen. I will definitely repay you with a great gift when master returns, Mingwen Zhenren said excitedly. Chen Mobai nodded, and then asked Luo Yixuan to see the two of them out. Then another 2 weeks passed. Chen Mobai finally received the guarantor from the Sunrise Sea. It was someone he knew, Yu Shuji from the Xingqian Dao sect. He also brought his 2 disciples, Lu Zuolong and Xiuxian. They were also acquaintances of Chen Mobai. The 3 of you, it's been a long time. Chen Mobai politely invited them to take a seat, and Luo Yixuan, who led them in, immediately brewed tea. Seeing Master Chen, I truly realized how old I am. Yu Shuji sighed with emotion. When he first met Chen Mobai, the latter had just formed his core not long ago. While inspecting the eastern wilderness, he passed by the Panlong spirit rice and helped him kill the earth spirit locusts. He had a very good first impression of Chen Mobai. In just a few decades, Yu Shuji went from the late stage of core formation to the peak of core formation, while Chen Mobai directly advanced from core formation to nascent soul. Such a huge difference left Lu Zuolong and Xiuxian both shocked. Lu Zuolong, in particular, was sent to the eastern wilderness by Yu Shuji after refining the external golden core, where he had many dealings with Chen Mobai. At that time, he felt that, although this sect leader Chen had high talent, due to the barren resources of the eastern wilderness, he would basically never be able to form a nascent soul in this lifetime. Looking back now, that idea was really ridiculous. I wonder what ancestor Beiwu wants to discuss. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yu Shuji, Chen Mobai got straight to the point. If sect leader Chen wishes to speak with ancestor Beiwu in person, our sect is willing to invite you both to Dongyu. That's unnecessary, it's too far. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. Then sect leader Chen can tell me your conditions. I'll go back and talk to Yu Rehai. If we make a few more trips, we should be able to reach an agreement. Yu Shuji's words made Chen Mobai nod slightly. 2 weeks later, through Yu Shuji's efforts, the 5 Elements sect and the Bathing Sun Sea reached a temporary peace agreement. Both parties agreed that the 5 Elements sect would inherit everything that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace owned in the eastern barbarian lands. The Keystone Mine, Duoju Mountain, was given to the 5 Elements sect for 5 years because the White Crow ancestor was unwilling to let Su Yingsheng mine it. After 5 years, the bathing sun sea would send people over, and the extracted stones would be split 50-50 between the two sects. Because the easily accessible spirit stone ore on the surface has all been mined, Ancestor Beiwu believes that even if the 5 Elements sect is given 5 years, they can only mine a maximum of 10 million spirit stones. He's not at a loss anyway. Neither Chen Mobai nor Beiwu Leazu appeared when the negotiations ended and the agreement was signed. On the 5 Elements sect side, it's Zhou Yi. On the Bathing Sun Sea side, it's Zhu Yun. After signing the papers, the two men did not linger, and each returned to their respective sects with their men. "Thank you very much, Master Yu." Yu Shuji returned with Zhou Yi, and Chen Mobai thanked him after reading the agreement. "Master Chen is more trustworthy than that white crow ancestor." Yu Shuji said this. You flatter me, you flatter me." Chen Mobai invited Yu Shuji for tea, but the latter dismissed his 2 disciples. Seeing this, Chen Mobai also dismissed Luo Yixuan. "Sect leader Chen, are you aware of the matter concerning the reclamation of the Eastern Sacred Land?" When only the 2 of them were left, Yu Shuji indeed began to speak of his secrets. "I know a little bit about it. When I was in Golden Crow Immortal City before, I saw Venerable Yanyang of Fire Cloud Palace, the leader of the 5 lineages of Burning Heaven. He was invited by Ancestor White Crow to help out." Yu Shuji said something that made Chen Mobai frown. The 5 lineages of Burning Heaven are 5 major nascent soul sects that have inherited the Burning Heaven Pure Land tradition. 4 of them are located in the Eastern Land, while only the Bathing Sun Sea is located in the Eastern Barbarian Lands. Fire Cloud Palace is a major sect in the Eastern Lands, with 3 nascent soul cultivators. However, isn't it said that the 5 lineages of Burning Heaven don't get along well? They all consider themselves the orthodox lineage, and even fought fiercely several times in the past. End of this chapter.